habillé en kimono. Et si moi t'es hollandais avec qui veut, on j'y peut pas ça pour ou quand ma frisson encore moi. Cher de pour de près de loin. Moi qu'à admettre tout comme moi fou. Aïe 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 doudou. Jolie hibiscus, comme pamplemousse, cacoulé contre l'eau douce. Aïe, t'y coulais sa boutique, qu'on se criait, qu'à chanter un pied polier. Ouh, madame de madame, en vivant des alizés, à sous plage la gossier. Aïe, t'y rosier de papa, on t'y siga coco, côté ma Jacques Amaro.
Moi les cadeaux m'y en vendredi soir. Dans mon levé moi bagaille noir. Moi levé pour qui ça y est. Maman maman pour cléter. Moi commencer les sous. Qu'à sauter comme un qui pour aïe. Ni hésite. Moi j'aime bien soukonya. On va côté. Moi j'aime bien soukonya. C'est ma folie assis en palier. Moi j'aime bien soukonya. Quoi dada.
C'était une centaine de nuits bien chaînées dans un petit bateau. Jour et nuit, nous coincés, nous pieds battent de l'eau. Pas question de revoir Afrique encore. Nous en captivité, ça va qu'à faire fort. Débarquer dans un pays qui n'est soleil. Un peu comme chez nous, mais c'est pas pareil. Yo dressé moi, yo exposé moi avec beaucoup de soin. Et comme un marchandise, yo vend moi.
Nous travaillons pour rien.
Yo traité moi plus mauvais qu'un chien.
Nous travaillons pour rien.
Pour qui mon yo vend maman moi.
Nous travaillons pour rien.
En qui il yo vend 10 fois moyen.
Nous travaillons pour rien.
Pour qui mon yo vend maman moi.
Nous travaillons.
Welcome to Dominican Color, the total cadence-lypso experience. Precursors of Soup featuring Ophelia, Jeff Joseph of the Gramax, Anthony Garcia of Black Affairs, and yours truly, Gordon Henderson of Exile One. Back up.
Yo te quiero, yo te te quiero, señorita. Pas qu'à comprendre qui vite on fait moins là. Dame la cosa, mira. Wani on fi faut retourner là-bas à Venezuela. De si bien à faire à Venezuela. Rencontré pas mal de señoritas, mais chaque fois moi change petite Rosita. When you have to retourner là-bas à Venezuela. Yo te quiero, señorita. Pas qu'à comprendre qui bagaille ou fait moins la Rosita. Dame la cosa. When you have to go to the laba à Venezuela.
Ay, Dominique, meu caple. Ladies and gentlemen, Chef Joseph of the Grammars.
Thank you, Ophelia, a sister from Dominica. Yeah, this is original Gramax. In the year 1977, de l'année 1977. Amusement. Oh maman, amusement. Tout le monde, quand tu es tout partout, tout le monde, quand tu es tout bonnement, d'après yo, c'est là qui en dedans, café chotini, ambiance ça a commencé à exploser. L'homme qui a pété par silence, yo commencé à mépriser. Mi débat, en l'eau, toi car. Aïe, 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 oulé, 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 oulé. Levez, 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 levez. Est-ce que ça se passe, ouais? Sortez de ça, oubliez. Levez, levez, criez, 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 criez. La rivata, mon cas marché, mon cas chanté, mon cas dansé, mon cas sauté, mon cas roulé à terre, maman. C'est ça ou dis-moi pour faire. Aïe papa, papa, dodo. C'est ça ou dis-moi pour faire. Gardez-nous, qu'à jouer musique, nous qu'à chanter, nous qu'à swinguer, nous qu'à danser, et nous qu'à chanter Dominican Color.
Rosita, mi amor. Dominican color, eyes out. Ophelia.
Thank you so much, my brother. Chante-moi, doudou, une chanson d'amour. Ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas chanté une chanson d'amour. Chante-moi, doudou, une chanson d'amour. Longtemps qu'on n'a pas chanté une chanson d'amour. Calou, pas moins on dit bon, calou. Nous bien danser si Akiaka, Aïe Dominique et Mideva. Belle chanson, belle des paroles intéressantes. Pensez un peu aux enfants. Hey,
Chante-moi,
une chanson d'amour. Ça fait longtemps qu'on n'a pas chanté une chanson d'amour. Une chanson d'amour. Longtemps qu'on n'a pas chanté une chanson d'amour. Allô, pas moyen de bon. Serious business.
Well, just want to say good evening to the listeners of BBS Radio. Just about to start the further part of another panel discussion organized by that of the Creole Heartbeats. And tonight we, as I said, is really the third part of the panel discussion. And we are about to make a start to the program tonight. The program will be moderated by Mantimjua. So let's go to get the national anthem as we prepare to make a big start. Well, we just heard the national anthem, and we are going to hear Deacon Knight give us a word of prayer. Deacon Knight.
I pray in the name of the Father, the Creator, his Son, Jesus, our Redeemer, and the Holy Spirit, the giver of wisdom. I read from the book of Exodus, chapter 31, verses 1 to 6. Yahweh said to Moses, "See, I have chosen Bezalel, son of Uri, son of Ur, of the tribe of Judah. I have filled him with the Spirit of God, with wisdom, understanding, skill, and ability of every kind of craft, for the art of designing and working in gold and silver and bronze, for cutting stone to be set, for carving in wood, for every kind of craft. And all men that have skill I give more, for them to carry out all that I have commanded you." The word of the Lord. Yes, Father God, you give us all the skill necessary to build, to uplift and not to break down, to create, as you commanded, things that will uplift humanity and bring them to you. Help us to use these gifts according to your command. This evening's event is one such activity with which we attempt to use your gifts to uplift our society. We ask that you bless our efforts to enrich the art of music that will give praise, glory, and honor to you, Almighty Father. So bless the organizers, the participants, and all those involved in making this event truly worthy of your glory. We ask this in the name of Jesus, our Savior. Amen and amen.
Well, thank you, Deacon Knight. And if you're not sitting, then you may sit right now as we begin tonight's activity. I've already welcomed those of you in here, and another big welcome to those who are listening on the outside, or if you're watching via live streaming. It's wonderful to have both you at the UE Center and those of you who are on the outside listening or watching. But it's not for me to welcome you, because we have this as part of the program. And the person who is down to welcome everyone to tonight's function is the man behind this activity, which is the third panel discussion in the Cadence-lypso month activities, a night of cadence and wine here at University of the West Indies Open Campus. So let's call Mr. Waddix, Leroy Waddix Giles, to the microphone to welcome you to this event.
Thank you very much, moderator. It appears that I'm too short for your stand. I would like to really welcome everyone here this evening to the third edition, the third panel discussion in the month-long Cadence-lypso month, the first ever. The theme of my opening is Cadence-lypso is Dominican, 100% Dominican. When cadence-lypso was at its peak in sales, distributors ceased importing and sought licenses to manufacture in their countries. In France, there was Sonodisc and Barclay. In Germany, there was Metronome. There was a special recording distribution company in Colombia. In Jamaica, Dynamic, and we know of Byron Lee and the Dragonaires. In Barbados, World. In the USA, R. Francis Records. In Japan, King. And in Africa, EMI in the Ivory Coast. And all of this can be verified on Discog on the internet. Besides reggae, and I want to repeat, besides reggae, no other Caribbean genre has benefited from such global demand. And I repeat, besides reggae, no other Caribbean genre has benefited from such global demand.
There were several covers to cadence-lypso sounds. The world famous DJ Bob Sinclair did versions of Exile One Viola. Brazilian Carlos Santos did a Portuguese version of Jamais Voessa entitled Quero Você. And this particular version sold over 1.5 million copies. Yes. And I just get some correction, 3 million. So a cadence-lypso sound made by Exile One, a Portuguese version sold over 3 million. You can think of the population of Dominica over and over in this 3 million. We now move across to the same Jamais Voessa, covered by Dominic Lotte in Martinique and became a considerable hit on Jeham Harmony compilation. Fresh was covered by many, but a male vocal group called By La Voix, pronounced La Voix, got most success. Réfléchi avant au palais was covered by a white French singer called Carlos, and also by an Indian Ocean artist in the local Mayola beat. Rosita was covered by a Martinican group. Grammy Award rap producer Ninth Wonder did a version of You Have Lost the Battle with the singer Moz. They call their version Battle. The song is sampled in England by Ross from Friends and also in Finland. The music is used in video games and television series. SACEM, the Copyright Society of France, has 3 categories of membership: adherent, professional, and definitive. Of the 80,000 members, only 7% became definitive, which is based on a threshold of earnings. One Dominican cadence-lypso songwriter has achieved that status. Countries visited and artists performed globally through cadence-lypso and performing cadence-lypso. African continent, just to name a few: Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, South Africa, Algeria, Nigeria. In the Indian Ocean, La Réunion, Seychelles, Mauritius. In Reunion, and we heard from Anthony Gussie this morning, every other second a cadence-lypso song is played in Reunion. Ask ourselves the question, what has happened to Dominica? Many countries in Europe, as far as Japan in Asia, North America, USA and Canada, South America, French Guiana, Suriname, Belém, Brazil, Cape Verde Islands, the Caribbean, English, Dutch, French, and the US VI. I said this morning on the news, and I believe it. If cadence-lypso was a Jamaican or Bajan or Trinidadian genre, it would have gotten executive rotation on the DJ's playlist in Dominica. Why is that so? What has happened to the program directors and the managers of the various radio stations? This belongs to Dominica. This is not a Wadix genre. This is a Dominican genre. As we speak, there are young people in Finland, in Brazil, singing cadence-lypso songs. Young people. Gordon sent me a new version of Fresh. And it's a classic from a very young person. which means cadence-lypso transcends boundaries. The young, the old, the in-between. What has happened to Dominica? Welcome, everyone. Cadence-lypso is a Dominican genre and not a Prince Waddick genre. Thank you very much, moderator.
Hello? Okay, good. I don't think there's anybody who can deliver a welcome address like Waddick's, eh? So anytime I'm going to have a function, all right, thank you, Waddick's. Okay, now we get down to the program. It's a pleasure to be here again. You know, I told you all the last time I was here that please bear with me. I'll be making another appearance. So hopefully this should be my last appearance in the series of activities that Waddick's is having for public appearance, I'm saying, for cadence-lypso month. Let me just give you an idea of what is next on the program. As you would have heard in the advertisements that were aired before this event, there are going to be 3 presenters tonight. Well, there was supposed to have been 4, but I see only 3 on the 3 presentations, I should say. The first one is, how did cadence-lypso place Dominica on the map pre-independence, in the pre-independence era, the economics and social change, and this is going to be delivered by McCarthy Marie. And when we get to McCarthy's turn, we'll tell you a little more, but everybody knows Mac Marie. Now, the second one is, how did cadence-lypso enter Radio Antilles at a time when Caribbean music was not broadcast? And we'll hear from Julian Rogers and Brian Mead, both of whom were very instrumental in the early days of Radio Antilles in establishing its presence in the Caribbean. And then the last presentation will come from Dennis Joseph, and he will be speaking on the Creole language and cadence-lypso on the national radio. So, and then in between we will have performances by some of our cadence-lypso exponents, those of our artists, musicians, entertainers, singers who sing the music and present the music here in Dominica. There will be Lady S, Nadu, Class, Jerry Lloyd, The Web. We're looking forward to hearing from them as part of the activity tonight. So let's get going with our first presentation coming from Mac Marie, and we agreed, he and I, that there are a couple of things that I need to tell you about him. So let me get, this is the one. As I said, everybody knows Mac Marie as a music producer in Dominica, and also as the husband of Ophelia Marie. But a lot of people don't know that he is the deputy chairman, currently the deputy chairman of the Dominica Export and Import Agency, DEXIA. They don't also know, a lot of people, that he is the founding president of the Association of Music Professionals of Dominica, and he is the former chairman of the board of directors of ECHO, the Eastern Caribbean Copyright Company, right? Something to that effect, Mark, right? If I'm wrong, you'll correct me when you come to the microphone. And also the former president of the Association of Caribbean Copyright Societies, ACCS. There's more about Mark that some people don't know. In 2009, for example, he was the team leader on the cultural industries as part of the process to develop a national export strategy for Dominica. In 2010, he was facilitator at WIPO OECS, or WIPO OECS seminar. That's the West Indies Intellectual Property Organization. World International Intellectual Property Organization. That's for the OECS. And it was an OECS seminar on how to make your living in the music business. 2010 to June 13, he was a project consultant, economist, member of the team of consultants on 2 studies to measure the economic contribution of copyright and related rights-based industries to the economies of the OECS and the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. He was the main author, or the main author was Vanus James of that study. And August 2011 to March 2013, Mark was the chairman of the National Export Council of Dominica. April 2012, he was a member of a two-person consultancy team to draw up a report for the heads of government of the OECS on the application of Guadeloupe and Martinique for associated membership of the OECS. And finally, there's a lot more about Mark, but what I'm going to tell you tonight, read to you tonight, he has published a book, an article, a paper on the agricultural diversification in a small country, the case of Dominica Institute of Social and Economic Research, UE, Kville, 1979. And I understand that the university actually asked him to publish that paper. So everything, I mean, there's a lot more about Mark, so don't think that's a lot that I read to you. But everything I read to you, we felt was important to what he's going to present this evening. And so without more ado, let me call McCarthy Marie to the microphone to make his presentation. Let's hear it for him.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je vais faire une présentation en créole parce que M. Joseph a expliqué nous l'importance de cadence, lypso et puis créole à ce radio-là. Parce qu'en général, Wadix a essayé de tout le monde parler créole, mais tout le monde a dit oui, c'est un bail, mais tout le monde a dit ça en anglais. Comme ça, si nous avons commencé à parler créole, nous allons parler créole. OK? Comme ça, ça me supposé 10 ans là, c'est un peu d'histoire dans les années 60-70. Vous savez, vous connaissez ce qu'on lit en anglais, vous regardez la télévision américaine, surtout, vous attendez qu'on parle de baby boomers. Baby boomers, c'est les gens qui fait après la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, dans les années 50, qui a continué 60 et tout ça. À ça, dans le monde occidental, Western Hemisphere, Amérique, Canada, l'Amérique du Sud, et la Caraïbe aussi, la Caraïbe, tout le monde a fait 5, 6 enfants. Ça qui fait que les années 60 vivaient, la population là, c'est dominée par la jeunesse. Et puis tout le monde a assis la tête et a essayé de suivre ce que la jeunesse a fait. À ce moment-là, ça, c'est ce qu'on réfléchit sur ça, ce qui savent qui était de cas qui est ça, generation gap. Et generation gap, ça veut dire que nous avons forcé, si vous voulez, parmi les anciens, les parents, et puis jeunesse là. Jeunesse là, c'était beaucoup plus nombreux. Il y a plus de monde qui était jeune. Ouais. Comme ça, hein? Right. Il y a plus de monde qui était jeune, qui était ni monde qui était soulevé à l'âge. Comme ça, nous inventons dans le monde occidental miniskirt. Il a été miniskirt, c'était miniskirt. C'est pas à présent c'est fille qui a porté jupe courte. C'est différent pareil comme miniskirt. Tout le monde a porté ça. Pour aller à l'école, la convent high school, il faut faire ça aussi. C'est la pas bien aimé ça, mais il faut aller à la mode. Et puis la mode, c'est la jeunesse qui t'a amené la mode. Comme ça, à Dominique aussi, nous tenions en lot jeune monde. C'est pourquoi au Catan qui était tellement orchestre à Dominique en fois là ça parce qu'il était en lot jeune monde pour jouer musique. Et puis jeune monde aime musique. De écouter radio c'est bail après ça monde qui télévision, regarder ici, regarder ça patata. Mais c'est radio nous te attend et puis nous te acheter vinyle côté Sibiz et à Stéphane même te vendre Tu as un disque, tu as acheté soit côté Astafan ou bien côté Sibiz. Moi, c'est Kazemi qui était chef orchestre national. Ouais, nous avons coûté ça. Nous avons pour jouer ça, nous avons coûté toute qualité de musique qui sortit l'Angleterre, quand les Beatles, Herman's Hermits, je ne pas comprendre ça, Led Zeppelin et l'orchestre américain favorite, c'est Rolling Stones. Keith, Mick Jagger, c'était chanté là, mais Bougla, ça a été qu'à jouer, et puis chanson là, toujours aimé jusqu'à présent, c'est I can't get no satisfaction. Jusqu'à présent, il a chanté ça. Il a fait concert et il a chanté ça. Moi-même, nous, et puis Gordon, et tous ces boucles-là, nous étions vivre à Hostel Academy. Nous tenions seule guitare. Et tout le monde a essayé de jouer à ces guitares-là. Et moi, ces basses-là, qui t'a intéressé moi plus, comme ça, t'as essayé de jouer ça, ces cordes, plus bas, là, c'est ça. Ok? Comme ça, mais en même temps, c'est les années 60. Ici, banane t'a vendre bien. Il y a des bons bananes qui vendent, ou chimé qui ouvert, moun qui voyager plus en plus à Dominique. Parce que là où t'es Wesley, c'est là où je fais, si vous les savez, Wesley. Ça te prend toute la journée pour vivre là. Là où tu sorti pour venir Roseau, pour lever 3 heures du matin, pour vivre ici à peu près 8 h 9 h. Ok? Dominique pas te y à présent. Mais bagaille te de plus en plus Valais nous avons avancé dans les années 60 surtout. Dans les années 71, 70 et 71, nous commençons à faiblesse à de bagaille l'agriculture. Banane commence à tomber pour différentes raisons, plus maladie si banane là. Et en plus, nous commençons essayer de contrôler les bananes là, la maladie là, pardon. Et puis, nous avons fait un avion, venir voler à ces bananes là. En fait, c'est comme ça, vous êtes supposé contrôler la maladie là. Mais finalement, vous êtes pour abandonner ça, parce que quand vous savez, Dominique Pani banane, pas plantation, des kilomètres et des kilomètres. C'est ni un petit banane ici, ni un petit village là, ou l'autre caille là. On s'allait en violon, t'es qu'à voler. L'huile là, t'es qu'à tomber, t'es qu'à y avoir des cailles, moun qu'à cuisiner, il n'est pas arrêter ça, à cause de ça, plutôt. Ok? Banane, t'es qu'à prendre moins de banane. Et puis, nous commençons à sur les sortes de retardement à développement là. Moun teni plus en plus moun qui pas ni emploi. Et la majorité de ces moun là qui pas teni emploi, c'était la jeunesse. Comme ça, la jeunesse commençait à dire bon, faut nous trouver un moyen pour faire quelque chose. Comme ça, ils ont commencé à faire musique. Et puis tout le monde a fait musique. Presque toute la jeunesse a fait musique. Nous avons toute qualité de musique nous avons joué. Donc on est Ferdinand Frampton. Eh bien, il est décédé. Mais lui, c'était un soulman. Il était qu'à chanter soul. Parce qu'à un moment là, la musique l'Amérique qui était à la mode, c'était soul music, James Brown et c'est boucles ça. Ok? Comme ça, Gordon même qui commençait à chanter, si vous voulez, cadence-lypso, c'est ça qui était chanté. Et bien en fait, Là, il y a le premier disque qui fait un tube, c'était une chanson Love, en anglais, au by soul. Personne ne peut changer ça. Dominique, personne ne peut jamais étendre ça. Ça fait un grand tube en Hollande et Suriname. Hein? OK. Comme ça, le bail qui a commencé à tourner, il était un bail qui commençait. Nous étions étudiants qui ont fait l'étude à Jamaïque. Ils ont commencé à retourner. Là-bas, ils ont entendu contre Rastafari, ils ont vu ici, ils ont commencé à parler de ça. Mais en même temps, il ne faut pas changer de débat, oublier des débat. Qui a fait assis la terre, pas forcément Dominique. Mais ça qui a fait à l'extérieur de nous, qui a affecté nous. En 68, le monde occidental explosé. En France, les étudiants et les ouvriers, c'est mon travail, n'importe où là, commencé à faire manifestation, demonstration, contre le président de Gaulle. Vous voyez, juste de Gaulle dit OK, je suis parti. Et Bougla qui était responsable pour ça, surtout quand les étudiants, c'est Bougla qui est dans le rouge, parce que si vérité rouge. Jusqu'à présent, il a fait politique et puis parti environnemental en France. OK? Ça, c'est en France, 68. Aux États-Unis, nous connaissons Martin Luther King. 68 même, assassination. Il a assassiné. En même 68, aux États-Unis toujours, il a assassiné frère à président Kennedy. Robert F. Kennedy a assassiné aussi. Et après il a assassiné Martin Luther King. L'été là, ça, c'est l'été qui était plus chaud aux États-Unis. Toutes les villes, grands comme petits, météo, qu'a fait, si vous voulez, riot, émeute, et puis brûlé parce que Martin Luther King était mort. L'Amérique a fait la guerre au Vietnam. Mais juste nos amis ont beaucoup aimé l'aventure, vous comprenez? Ils étaient des soldats, ils trouvaient que cet homme, ils mettaient l'armée américaine, mais ce n'est pas jamais vu. À quoi? Peut-être ils meurent là-bas. OK? Comme ça, tout ça été fait en même temps. Et puis, qui a affecté Dominique, mais mon père qui même mettait ensemble. Il a toujours entre Israël et les Arabes. Et en 74, après c'est 74, parce que Dieu là c'est 73, ces Arabes là dit bon, mais finalement, toute énergie sur la terre, plus ou moins, c'est nous qui avons ça, c'est monsieur. Et c'est monsieur qui a venu tuer mon nous là. Comme ça, il dit, nous qui continuons à vendre, mais c'est nous qui avons décidé, puis là. Et puis, il fait puis la monter très haut. Ce qui fait que l'énergie, c'est tout le monde besoin pour toute qualité machine, pour toute qualité. Si puis énergie montée, et puis obligé de payer un prix là, ça, ou pas ni l'argent pour acheter les linges, d'autres bails normalement, parce qu'il faut dépenser tout l'argent aussi, l'énergie. Comme ça, nous commençons à avoir inflation aussi. Inflation, puis à tout bail qui a monté. Mais plus de monde pas ni travail en même temps. Comme ça, le monde là, et puis nous, on s'ouvre un blocus économique. Et puis, pour nous, il faut nous chercher ici à Dominique des bails pour faire. Quand ça les Gordon et puis c'est Bouglaté, c'est Gordon et puis c'est pas les premiers qui allaient jouer musique comme ça, mais lui était là et puis mouvement là a commencé. Comme ça c'est le jeune Bougla encore gauche. Il partait toujours en gauche. Avant de venir en gauche, il était toujours Kelly. Et puis d'autres boucles fait un orchestre qui a marché bien ici à Dominique. Et puis nous partons qu'à faire disque à Dominique. Après le premier disque nous fait, Denis qui peut-être dis-moi si c'est vrai ou pas, c'est Siffler Montagne. Après c'est le gouvernement là, je ne sais pas premier, ok. Mais en général, orchestre et puis monde qui a santé partons qu'à faire disque. Nous avons acheté des disques qui étaient faits à l'extérieur, la majorité. Nous tenions des disques. La raison pourquoi me dit c'est siffler montagne, c'est parce que jusqu'à présent, même disque là, il était fait dans les années 60. Les ont joué ça à la radio, ça a toujours sonné bien, et moi-même personnellement, j'aime entendre. Même bagaille là enregistrement là à parler yo changer dit yo kay moderniser il bon exactement comme il est là pour moi. OK, comme ça laissez Bougla aller premier et puis yo fait un disque on record en bas là et puis ça retourne ici à cette radio là tout le monde voulait dire oh monsieur mais il faut nous faire un disque aussi. Mais nous ne pouvons pas faire disque ici parce que nous n'avons pas de studio pour faire un enregistrement. Nous n'avons pas d'ingénieur, nous n'avons pas de ça qu'il faut pour faire un disque. Mais c'est pour que là qui a fait disque. Comme ça, il faut nous aller là aussi pour jouer pour nous faire un disque. Comme ça, tout le monde a commencé à suivre pour aller là-bas pour faire un disque. Et puis ça qui fait à ce moment-là, ça, c'est que quand Gordon disque a marché bien, les gens commencent à parler de cadence-lypso, on a neuf qui vivait. Vous qui voulez faire disque, vous avez venu Dominique, vous avez dit, oh là, ces musiciens-là, donc vous avez pour n'importe qui groupe qui dit oui, mais vous voulez faire un disque, allez faire un disque et puis un groupe comme Mahmoud. Après ça, ces personnes Dominique jamais dansé ainsi. Mahmoud l'était qu'à jouer parce que Mahmoud c'est un groupe à Dominique. Plus ou moins personne à part des familles assez beaucoup qu'à jouer dans ça. Qu'on était tenu un groupe comme ça. Mais monsieur allait faire un disque à passer avec exactement Kimoun et puis il fait une chanson Maman j'ai raison dans sa fac là-ci. C'est après ça mon Dominique qui a commencé jouer ça. Mais ça fait un grand tube. Ça veut dire un grand hit, un bon hit tout partout. Ça a joué à la radio, à la Réunion, Guadeloupe, Martinique, tout partout. Là, il a parlé Creole. Comme ça, malgré que quelqu'un nous a dit que cadence-lypso c'est un bail Dominique. Personnellement, à te dit, c'est un Mizik qui dominicain, musicien Dominique créé. Mais en fait, tourné pour placer dans une situation géographique, à te dit, c'est Guadeloupe. Pas Martinique, c'est Guadeloupe. Malgré qu'il a fait plus l'argent Martinique que Guadeloupe, mais c'est à Guadeloupe tout le monde est basé. Comme ça, à te dit, c'était vraiment. Et puis, en Guadeloupe, ces gens-là, ils sont différents, si vous voulez. Pas seulement en Guadeloupe, mais en France surtout, ont différentes conceptions des gens qui ont fait des choses artistiques. À quel disons l'histoire? Un jour, plutôt une nuit, moi au fil en France, et puis ils ont invité nous à un dîner. Nous à un dîner là, tout le monde à table, commencer à parler, patati patata, boire du vin, pareil. Et puis moi commencé dire parce que pourquoi pour qui raison me dit ça? Me dit mais tout le monde veut les affaires venir médecin ou bien avocat. Il était madame là. Madame là levé colère derrière moi. Il a dit moi ouvre les affaires moi venir médecin ça qui fait ou fou patati patata. Madame là était vraiment fâchée parce que moi dit il livre les affaires venir médecin. Et puis avant en étude en journal tu fait commander tout le monde question là ça. Soutenir pour commencer la vie encore. Qui professeur ou t'es préféré? À la tête de tout ça, les professions artistiques. Au milieu, c'est là une médecin qui va, vous comprenez? Donc, français aimait la baille artistique. Il y a des lois spéciales pour protéger des artistes qui n'ont pas existé pièce côté de la France. Comme ça, pour respecter les artistes et puis garder yo en façon, si vous voulez, respectable. Bon, en fait, sous n'importe qui bail artistique ou t'es à faire, ou peut pas te aider mon ou c'est un artiste sous pas séjourner à Paris. Si vous avez écrit livre, faut voir là. Jean Rees c'est là en fait, ça c'est mot là, mais il était vivre là à Paris parce que c'est un artiste, il était jusqu'à présent autant de côté rive gauche, rive droite. Eh bien, rive gauche, c'est la intellectualité. Et pour moteur qui genre, sous ces intellectuels qui a fait livre, qui a fait là ça, Aimé Césaire, qui était maire à Fort-de-France, et puis député à l'Assemblée nationale à Paris, c'est le livre que c'était qu'à faire. Et soit Martinique, jusqu'à présent, tout bail nommé après Aimé Césaire. À Martinique, Aimé Césaire sont presque comme Jésus-Christ. Ouais, parce qu'il était qu'à faire livre, et puis lui, il était qu'à écrire français là, de façon meilleure qui français là même. Comme ça, il tenait grand respect. Nous faisons un concert des fois comme ça, à Martinique. Comme ça, les Gordon et puis ces boucles-là, tu en France, à Guadeloupe, ils tenaient au respect. Et puis, le respect là, qui reste pour ces artistes-là, même si les artistes là pas faire l'argent. Et pour faire bail ou bien, on y a cet respect. Dominique aussi, nous tenions dans la musique là, on bail comme ça, aussi, à expliquer. Et puis, c'est Dominique, ce pays-là, en fait, avec Baoussal, dernier bail là, où la monde qui a respecté musique et puis ça y a fait plus dans toutes les îles de la Caraïbe, peut-être sauf les îles françaises. Ouais, ouais. Et puis ça c'est pour une bonne raison. À chaque pays, tout le monde qui suivre sa élite là qu'a fait. OK? À Dominique, si vous voulez, il était une élite sociale et puis si vous voulez, on a une élite politique. Et l'élite sociale était menée par Madame Codéron. À Dominique, si vous voulez, dans ce temps-là, ça ne peut pas parler comme bourgeois, pas comme ça. Mais si vous voulez chercher aux bourgeoises, c'est lui où tu as cherché. Et puis, les lits qu'a dit, et puis même faire chanson, c'est il a pas voulu porter Jeep là encore, badadi patata. Et puis, lui tu a forcé Si les autres monde là autour de faut nous faire appeler en scène, faut nous danser bel air, faut nous aller carnaval, faut nous faire ci, faut nous faire ça. Et puis ils commencent à faire. Et puis l'autre bail encore qui amène ça, c'est que pour te jouer musique avant les années 70 comme ça, faut tenir l'argent parce que la majorité monde Dominique est en fait pauvre. Donc moun là qui tenir instrument pour jouer musique, c'est moun qui te pli, plus l'argent, yo un piano là caillou. Comme ça yo ka jouer patati patata. Le cinéma commence à faire à Dominique à Caribe cinéma avant. Film n'a pas de qu'à venir puis musique. Chaque cinéma il y a un monde qui a joué musique pour accompagner le film là. Et puis c'est Madame c'est Cruz là, qui était non, il était mettons il est en convent prep, mais c'est lui qui est là qui a joué musique pour accompagner ces films là. Jusqu'à temps les films commencent à venir et puis musique là déjà, eh ben tout ça fini. Comme ça. Et l'État Dominique t'a propulsé culture à Dominique. Ce qui fait que les gens qui moins éduqués, ni moins l'argent, moins bail, yo ka suivre ces gens-là. Ce qui fait que Dominique est un bail qui est différent que ces autres îles anglaises là, ancienne colonie britannique. Et jusqu'à présent, ça a resté. C'est mon attendre qui dit mon homme ne pas respecter artiste Dominique qui va patati patata. Moi-même personnellement, qui dit ça pas expérience moi ni, qui ça pas c'est pas vrai. OK? Donc l'autre raison pourquoi Exile One et surtout Gordon tenu grand succès en France et à Guadeloupe, c'est que moi et Gordon nous étions en classe ensemble, nous vivons ensemble et puis à hostel à tout bail. Gordon apprend à parler français. Français, pas créole. Après, ça m'a parlé créole. Gordon a parlé français. Gordon peut parler français. Et puis, n'importe qui dans la société là. Et en temps là, ça, il était une seule radio. C'était radio gouvernement. Et puis, il y a une règle là, c'est que c'est français tout seul qui a parlé à ces radios là. Comme ça, si vous avez fait un disque, vous avez fait une promotion. Ça a une petite complication parce que si vous ne parlez pas français, il est difficile pour vous faire une interview et puis mais Gordon tu peux aller à la radio faire une interview patati patata là il finit là il te peut aller dans bail politique et puis parler ces politiciens là patati patata aller dans un dîner lui il connaît qui fromage qui vient tout bail il connaît tout bail là ça comme ça à n'importe secteur société là il trouve il peut fonctionner ça c'est une grande raison au fil aussi c'est le fait que tu ne peux parler langue la monde là n'importe qui monde on n'a pas besoin de parler créole en fait moi fais bail là me dit en quand parler créole. C'est comme ça que dit Guadeloupe. C'est moi Martinique, moi te dit moi quand parler créole. Hein? Comme ça il y a des différences. Si vous avez Guyane française, Cayenne, où là nous te chercher l'or, il y a des différences de mots. C'est motoso, mot café. C'est comme ça qu'il a parlé. Quoi, Gordon peut fonctionner dans toutes ces bails là ça. Les Ophélia Vini aussi, c'est exactement le même bail là parce que Ophélia Vini, il était fait bon, déjà Ophélia fait l'université. On ne peut pas dire ça c'est vrai, ça qu'il dit là, c'est peut-être dans le temps. Ophélia peut-être c'était seul monde à Caraïbes là qui était fait musique pour gagner vieille qui était ni un diplôme dans l'université. Comme ça, Ophélia bien éduqué, et nous devons parler à la radio, tout ça. Et puis, en 78, Dominique Vini indépendant. Attends, mon cas dit, nous gourmets pour indépendance, nous pas gourmets pour personne. Si vous m'avez dit, nous gourmets. Si vous m'avez dit, qui m'a dit que gourmets puis, qui m'a dit que gourmets puis nous. Nous pas de gourmets puis personne. Si l'anglais là, tu voulais débarrasser quoi et puis nous, parce que nous pas de rien. Vous comprenez? C'est point nous te point. Comme ça, si vous voulez l'indépendance, allez pour l'indépendance. Et puis, vous pouvez voir bail là. À présent, pas à présent, mais il y a quelques années de ça. United Kingdom. C'est ça qui est non officiel à pays, le United Kingdom. Il y a 3 pays dans United Kingdom. C'est Wales, England et Scotland. Les Écossais, c'est Scottish, voulaient indépendance. Ils voulaient partir de anglais. OK? Et puis, si anglais a dit, mais où trop petit pour venir indépendant? Parce que on est peut-être 25 millions de monde. Ils ont dit c'est comme ça, ils sont trop petits pour supporter l'indépendance. Mais c'est une question de 45 000 monde. Ils ne pas une question d'indépendance. Ils ne pas dire qu'ils sont trop petits. Parce que c'est un différent bail. Nous devons débarrasser puis nous rouler quoi. OK, quand ça nous venait à l'indépendance en 78. Les Aimé, on va retourner à l'histoire. C'est Aimé Césaire, retourner à Aimé Césaire, après la guerre, c'est lui qui proposait aux Français, ces Français là en France, pour y faire Martinique et Guadeloupe venir des départements et finalement des régions en France. Même si quand ils étaient en France, eux-mêmes. Il y a une raison pourquoi il fait ça, c'est que en Martinique surtout, toute la terre, plantation, tout ça, c'est des blancs qui là depuis qui même longtemps avant l'esclavage venu. C'est eux qui propriétaires à ça. Les voyants Roseau, pas Roseau, Fort-de-France, en ville, pour acheter un magasin, c'est eux qui ni magasin là aussi. Quand ça nègre, et puis il y a une dizaine toujours, tu as travaillé, bah c'est monsieur. Et puis là où tu as un monde qui a dit, au béquet ou bien au bétier, quelquefois, qui a dit, c'est en Martinique, au béquet, ce n'est pas juste n'importe qui blanc. Au béquet, c'est un de ces blancs là qui fait Martinique et qui papa yo là longtemps. Comme ça, yo en Martinique, même si c'est pour qui sorti en France, français. Je regarde les Français, nous les Martiniquais. Il faut faire une distinction à ces gens-là. Comme ça, les Césaire fait ça. Et Césaire fait ça parce que, en même temps, c'est ce même béquet là qui tenait pouvoir politique. Là, quand nous, toutes ces îles-là, Jamaïque, Trinidad, Barbade, tout ça, c'est quand ils veulent l'indépendance. Et Messi a dit, il faut nous sortir vers l'indépendance et venir plus français. OK? C'est bien la partie aimé ça parce que yo a dit bon mais nous avons perdre pouvoir nous politiquement et tout ça. Mais c'est eux qui gagnent plus parce que c'est eux qui tenaient magasin tout bail qu'à vendre et puis l'argent qui a sorti en France qui descend pour faire tout qualité bail. Et puis surtout quand travaille pour gouvernement, n'importe quel gouvernement pour ville Fort-de-France, commune qui place ou tenir 40% plus l'argent qu'il y a un monde qui n'est même pas là en France. Quand il y a un bon l'argent qui a tourné. Et puis, le fait que ces gens-là aiment musique, aiment musiciens, c'est qu'ils ont une chance pour nous gagner la vie nous là, surtout en Martinique. Parce que, je vais expliquer, c'est seulement basé à Guadeloupe, mais place là pour faire l'argent là, c'était Martinique. Les vacances venues, quand à présent l'école fermée, où tu as joué musique tous les jours, tous les soirs plutôt, sauf lundi. Lundi, tout le monde relaxe. Mais dimanche, sauf les mardis jusqu'au dimanche, tous les soirs. Et puis si l'orchestre était tenu en tube, à la radio, hit, c'est là les gens qui venus danser. 3000 personnes qui venus danser. Comme ça, il tenait l'argent qu'a fait pour l'orchestre qui a joué pour faire balle. Mais, les années 80 commencé à arriver, musique là, c'est pas musique là, mais façon là, monde là te voulait consommer musique là commencé à changer. Discothèque vient à la mode. Et puis, discothèque comme ça, c'est un mot français, c'est plus ou moins français qui a inventé ça, vient à la mode. Comme ça, les gens ont commencé à y danser à ces disques. Il n'y a pas besoin d'orchestre encore. C'est là l'orchestre Dominique commence à trouver dans une sorte de blocus. Parce qu'un orchestre, c'est quelquefois 15 personnes. Donc, si vous avez joué tous les week-ends, bon, je te peux faire de l'argent. Surtout si vous êtes ou quand Martinique ou même Guadeloupe, ou qui jouez différents bails. Mais les gens ont commencé à consommer musique à ces disques. Il n'y a pas besoin d'orchestre là encore. Comme ça, ces orchestres là, même si vous avez fait disque, vous avez trouvé difficile pour tirer les groupes là ensemble. C'est même pas qui vivait Gramax et vous avez dit Gramax. À quel niveau de l'histoire c'est Gramax. Un jour nous avons fait un spectacle en Martinique, Gramax, Ophélia et puis Cali, 6e continent. Non, il était né à un moment là ça. Et puis organisateur là électrocuté devant moi, comme si moi j'étais ici, et il trouvait mort juste la ligne d'entrée là. Vous êtes là, tu as regardé ça. Ça qui changeait, on l'a règle là où il fait un spectacle Martinique, parce que déjà, lui, comme organisateur, tu as oublié faire des bails, tu es supposé faire. Tu es supposé annoncer, c'est pour là qu'il a été diffé. Du coup, dit, bon, nous avons fait un spectacle, blablabla, parce que c'est eux qui ont fait ambulance, blablabla. Puis eux là, à 6 places. Il n'a pas dit rien. Il n'a pas tenu assez sécurité pour quantité de monde qui était à spectacle là, parce qu'il y a un nombre de sécurité pour toutes 100 personnes. Donc, il était là, il n'a pas été fait légalement. Mais, bon, heureusement, si vous voulez dire, c'est lui qui mort, parce qu'il n'y a pas tenu personne pour mener au tribunal pour ça. Anyway, quand même, donc, Gramax, tous ces orchestres-là, pas de tchébé. Parce que musique qui était monté à faire, qui a joué live, c'était spectacle. Mais on ne peut pas jouer spectacle aussi souvent que on a joué balle. Mais Ophélia Vini, c'est lui tout seul. Le premier orchestre nous commençait à jouer puis en Guadeloupe, c'était Viking. Viking t'es joué puis nous et Bouglas t'es va basser puis nous, c'est lui qui formait Kassav. Et après 10 ans si Ophélia partait là, il partait que ni Kassav. Après qu'il a expliqué, il dit ça. OK? Comme ça, c'est ça qui fait Mizik Dominique commencer à reculer parce que ces orchestres-là tiennent ensemble toujours. Donc c'est Ophélia plus ou moins qui était là. Et puis après ça, Jeff retourné, quand Jeff, sans les Gramax, quelquefois il était pour d'autres beaucoup poursuivre et puis il était dit Jeff et les Gramax et tout ça. Mais Jeff était vieux et tient place là. OK, comme ça a été dit bon pour l'instant a arrêté ici et puis plus tard si peut-être ils ont d'autres explications à Kebazo. OK, merci.
Eh bien, merci autant, Marc. You know, Mark challenged us this evening, right? And if there's anybody in here who was not able to follow Mark throughout his presentation, then it tells me that the work that Dennis Joseph and Felix Henderson and others started, we have to pursue that aggressively. But Tim, you and Kevin well speak Creole. Okay. Okay, Kibon, thanks for that. Okay, I'll see if I can find time. Okay. Okay, well, thank you very much again, Mark. At this stage, though, I did indicate to you earlier on that we would have some performances between the presentations. And right now, according to the program, the Lady S is to perform. And it's a pleasure to have you with us, Lady S. Always a pleasure to watch you perform.
This one I call the Cadas Anthem. It reminds us to carry Cadas all the time. Produced by Dion Henderson, written by Lindsay George, myself. Also, Ra, I want to recognize you there for that chant in that song, okay? Oh yes. All right. Welcome one and all to this rhythm experience. No matter where you're from, just let the beat take residence. If you came to fete or you sure yet, this music full of groove will make your body move. Many sweet melodies since the 70s, a cultural legacy, a deep philosophy. That's how it started. We were children then, but now we're grown. Calling all the people to this real sensation. Carry Cadas, future generation. Our pioneers laid a strong foundation. Carry Cadas, Adu Shaye, Shaye Cadas, look at Shaye Cadas. Some don't seem to care about our music, and so the time is now to keep it burning in the mix. Everything we are embedded in the melody, so do not be afraid to embrace our identity. A national treasure, a value none can measure. So when it comes to right, take courage, face the fight. The beauty of this art form will help you right the wrongs and check your composition. carry cadence. Future generation, our pioneers, laid a strong foundation. Carry cadence, carry cadence. Anu shaye, shaye cadence. Nuke shaye, shaye cadence. Anu shaye, shaye cadence. Nuke shaye, shaye cadence. Shaye cadence. Nuke shaye, shaye cadence. Carry cadence. Carry cadence. Tell me, if it's lyrics you like, or you came for the lime, is it culture you love, or to have a good time? If it's lyrics you like, or you came for the lime, is it culture you love, or to have a good time? Nuke shaye, forward, forward, forward. Nuke shaye, shaye kadasla. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shirley. This lady's got a voice that always, yeah. I mean, I am hoping that somehow, Shirley, you will get the opportunity to have this voice produced properly. I mean, in terms of a recording, have a proper producer, and to get you to do the right songs and really bring out that voice. I hope someday I have enough money to help you in that regard. Okay, we have another performance, and according to the program, Nadieu, and my understanding of Nadieu, it's an abbreviation for Nathaniel Durand.
Yes, it is.
Namesake of mine, relative of mine as well. I like to associate with people who are famous, okay? All right.
Likewise, likewise.
Nadieu, your turn now at the microphone.
Thank you. Good night, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying this session so far. Just before we start this music, I'd like to say, I'm listening to Mr. Murray speaking of the development of cadence, the progress it's made, and the little historical back there. I just want to say, when I was very young, I was probably still a teenager. In our village, we would listen to Midnight Groovers, we would listen to Exile One, and we would hear, oh, yo, Anita, stop, cafe, last manipulation, and all the songs. Gordon Henderson came in with Exile One, and so it was to us, and actually that did inspire us to start our own band. It was a little band. Imagine we created our own drum set. We had our box guitars, and we would get together and play. But unfortunately, I could never play an instrument, but I could sing, so I always wanted to be the singer. Why did it take me so long to come on board? I don't know. Everything happens in its time, but I'm glad to be here tonight. So I did this one for Dumbfester in 2019 when I started singing. This is something I did at Dumbfester 2019. It's called the Dumbfester Way. Here we go. To the four ends of this land, our cultural traditions firmly stand as we support it and protect in one common bond, caring and sharing, all participating and making a brighter day. The Dumbfester way, reaching out, embracing unity for a better world for you and me, sharing rich cultural variety, living life as one family. We can do it, oh yes, let's do our best. So making a brighter day, the Dumbfester way. So from the east and the north they come, from the south and the west they come bringing their best, with hearts and hands and voices, making a brighter day. The dumb fest away. Land of plenty, so full and free, natural beauty, reaching so high. Tall is the body, up to the sky. White to Kubuli, Cinderella of the Isles, a gem under the sky. From the east and the north they come, from the south and the west they come bringing their best, with hearts and hands and voices, making a brighter day. The dumb fest away. Yes, from the east and the north they come, from the south and the west they come bringing their best, with hearts and hands and voices, making a brighter day. The dumb fest away. The dumb fest away. The dumb fest away. And that's the Dominican Festival of Arts, by the way. And so this is the English part of me. That's the Creole now. Yeah, 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 yeah. Téléphone sonne, il pas de réponse. Moi ka hele amwe, ça pas ka fait sens. Et puis ou quitter, j'aime pas en place. Oh là où yé, qui ça ou ka fait, hélas. Gardez combien de temps nous te ka vivre ensemble. J'aime c'est ça, c'est ça, moi jamais ni problème. Mais actuellement, vous décidez, vous voulez quitter. Moi, quand je cherche, vous pas qu'à taper, vous ça qui qu'a passé. Si ça me fait qui ça qui fait, moi, t'es qu'élevé ça. Moi, quand vous devez vous checker, ouais, chez moi, qu'à saigner. Téléphone sonne, il pas de réponse. Moi, quand il est amoué, ça va qu'à faire sens. Et puis, j'aimerais pas en place. Oh là où yé, qui ça ou qu'a fait, hélas. Ma des amis, plein de familles, personne pas ça. Ouais, aux abois qu'on gifle, on qui va ni famille. J'ai descend à l'évini, moi en la oui. Chercher tout pas ça taper ou ça kawan, moi fou. Kaka chile ou là où yé, moi j'aoué zoli. Moi trouver au puissant chéri, moi pas ni la vie. Hear this now. I'm gonna love you still. Yes, I will. Oh baby, can you feel my love for you is real? Whatever happens, I will stand right by your side. I just wanna know why you have to go. What we have, I won't let go. Together we can make it grow and take this love to higher heights. Make our future bright. Pakite, moi. Téléphone sonne, il va ni réponse. Moi, ka hele amwe, ça va qu'à faire sens. Baby, ou quitter, j'aimerais pas en place. Oh là où yé, qui ça ou qu'a fait, hélas. Badidina Guada, Esula, Otudia Diti, Esula, Setlisi, Tobago, Esula, Puntu Batu, Esula, Dominic Mobagatiano, Esula, 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 Weponsiula, Esula, Winula. Dik ça me fait qui ça qui fait moi de kebe ça. Moi ka voudoué ou checker ouais chez moi ka seye. Téléphone sonne, sonne. Pas ni réponse, kasone, kahele amwe, ça va qu'à faire sens, kasone, oh là où yé. Garçonne, garçonne. Kelly food sonne. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Folks, I don't want to sound biased, right? But can we hear it again from Nathaniel, please? In the Jew. You know, bro, I can't help it, you know, bro. So it is. You know, we as members of the Durant clan, we share some genes. Unfortunately, Ayla, we do not share the same singing genes. That's, oh gosh, man. I lament that, you know? But anyway, thanks a lot, man, Nathaniel. Great performance. I think performances like these really warm Waddix's heart, you know? Yeah, you know, it tells him that all is not lost, you know? That we are on the right track to keeping this music alive and to reviving it. Okay, let's move on now with the presentations. And according to the program, the next presenter is Julian Rogers, and he's going to... Oh, no, I'm sorry, Brian Mead. Brian comes before Julian. They're both presenting on the same topic, but Brian is first, and he's going to talk about, on the topic, how did cadence-lypso enter Radio Antilles at a time when Caribbean music was not broadcast? And Brian is going to make his presentation via video. Before we do that, let me tell you a little about Brian Mead in case you don't know. Brian is the former general manager of the state-owned Dominica Broadcasting Corporation, a former general manager. He's a graduate of the Montserrat Secondary School, graduate of New Brunswick Institute of Technology, Moncton in Canada. In 1987, he attended management, sales, training seminars organized by Aer Lingus Airlines. Well, basically, he has some experience and training in economic planning, marketing, and advanced customer service. He's the current chairman of the Board of Governors of, I'm not even sure if I should say that because we're not sure whether there is a Board of Governors at the State College at this point in time, but he was the chairman at one point. And he's a founding member of Dominica's first Toastmasters Club, served on the board of directors of the Caribbean Hotel Association for 3 years, representing St. Martin. So let's make welcome Mr. Brian Mead as he makes his presentation via video. Brian, welcome.
Hi there, and good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to congratulate Waddix on this epic and creative month-long manifestation of the cadence-lypso genre. I think it is long overdue, and I've listened to the first two presentations and learned quite a bit of the genre I never knew, even the definition of cadence. And I wish to thank Gregor Abes for that very interesting information. Well, thank God for new technology. I'm able to make this presentation via Zoom or video. As you know, excuse my background, I'm in my bedroom. I dare not show my camera further down. I'm still recovering from a spinal operation. But other than that, with God's healing hands, I'm getting there slowly but surely. But to go to the matter of hand, before I give you a background of how Radio Antilles, so the Big RA, played an influence in promoting cadence-lypso, I think it's important that I give you a brief history of how Radio Antilles started. Now, Radio Antilles started broadcasting from Montserrat, the southern end of Montserrat, around the mid-60s, around 64, 65, thereabout, 1964, 65. Some of you in the audience, I'm sure, were secondary school students or primary school students at that time. And you would have remembered the Big RA. Most of the DJs, by the way, at that time, when Radio Antilles first started, came from Radio Carolina. Radio Carolina was a pirate ship that anchored in the English Channel and broadcasted from there to London and the other parts of the United Kingdom. It was a pirate ship because it made its money from commercials, which the BBC was not allowed to do. Now, the DJs that came from there were guys like Pete Bowman, Paul Noble, who runs a recording company in Jamaica, Brendan Power, who now lives in Ireland, and Lee Mason, who is in California, who last heard from California. And then we had some from the French side, some of the French announcers. There's Bernard Molier and Bernard Etienne. And then we had Mario Zamorano for the Spanish programming. He came from Argentina. Incidentally, he eventually became the press attaché to the United Nations Secretary General. The programming at Radio Angeles, when it first started, was done in English, French, and Spanish on the 930 kilohertz AM band. It was 200,000 watts, which made it the most powerful commercial radio station in the entire Western Hemisphere, including the United States. Why? Because in the United States, radio stations were not allowed to broadcast more than 50, commercial radio stations that is, were not allowed to broadcast with more than 50,000 watts. So the broadcast footprint extended from Puerto Rico in the north right down to Central South America, including Brazil, especially at nights. Reason being because the AM frequency band all at nighttime, for some strange reason, always traveled further. So they were able to reach an audience in Central South America. The transmitter was huge. It was about the size of today's 20-foot container, you know, and interestingly enough, radio at that time became so popular that CBC in Barbados changed their frequency to 900 kilohertz on the AM band just to block out Radio Antilles. So unfortunately, we lost our Bajan market. But some people, depending on what part of Barbados they were located, they could still hear Radio Antilles. Now, I was the first Caribbean radio announcer to go on air at the request of Mr. Kamaj, who was the owner of Radio Antilles. He heard me on Radio Montserrat, now called ZGB Radio. And in fact, when I came on air, I mentioned I was the first Caribbean announcer, and also I was Dominican born. So that added to the interest, you know. Eventually, I left after 6 months to go to university, and then returned in the late 1974, under the stewardship of Julian Rogers. Now, our programming at the time was restricted to 6 to 9 a.m. with English, French 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., where we would break from maintenance, and then English resumed from 3 p.m. until 7 p.m. The French came back on again at 7 p.m. until 10 p.m., and then Spanish came on from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. Then now in the early mid-70s, I would say around 74, 75, around that time, the French programming then shifted to two frequencies, 740 kilohertz from Montserrat to go to Guadeloupe, and 1450 kilohertz from a transmission site in Chateau-de-Belair in St. Vincent to reach the Martinique audience. You have to remember, I don't remember, if some of you remember, in those days, the French territories didn't have any commercial radio stations. So the only commercial radio station they could listen to basically at the time was, I think, RCI and Radio Antilles. But Radio Antilles was much more powerful than RCI. And it was around that time when Julian Rogers came to Radio Antilles. And then the big area went with English programming for most of the day, except between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. So we would broadcast from 6 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then from 3 p.m. right up to 10 p.m. and then from 10 p.m. the Spanish would take over. Radio Antilles was a hit, especially in Dominique and the French Islands, due to the fact that Radio Antilles was the only commercially operated French service for French Islands, as I mentioned before. So we were the first to get all the released French music especially from Henri Debs. As a matter of fact, he used to pay several visits to Montserrat to make sure that the records and so on were being played. Now, the Radio Analyst English programming included what is called the Top Fun 40 countdown on Saturdays, originated by Paul Noble, but was listing mostly R&B, rock, no Caribbean music. These English DJs had no idea of Caribbean music. In fact, their Caribbean music thing was Harry Belafonte and maybe the Merrymen or somebody like that, some folks like that. So they were very, very limited. And and as the most powerful commercial radio station in the entire Western Hemisphere, we were privy to receiving all the latest hit records that were released in the United States and the UK within days of their release. So within a week, we would get the new records, 45s. They came by 45s, they came by email. And, and those days, mail was the thing, right? Now, at the time, we had over 30,000 records in our library. We had the latest in all produced records due to our power and listening audience. Now, when Julian Rogers came on the scene as program director, we nicknamed him PD 930 in the early 70s. He changed it to the Caribbean Top 40 and included Caribbean music. Then it became more popular. The Big RA, as we called it then, was a household name by this time, and the rest is history. Incidentally, Radio Analyst, we adopted the name Big RA from Andy Lawrence, who was one of our popular DJs. He coined that phrase, Big RA. I'm sure Julian will explain further his side of the story as of the radio revolution at the time. Now, I remember when I was first introduced to Exile 1. One of the French DJs brought the album into the studio and the English program department and said, listen to this. It was an immediate hit because they got that record, Exile 1, from Henri Debs. Henri Debs sent it to Radio Analyst, right? And right away, Julian put it in the top 10 of the top 40, Caribbean top 40, right? And we shared the same music, by the way, because at that time, it was very popular because of the Spanish Rosita, Mi Amor. The Spanish DJs wanted the same record to play on their Spanish programs too as well, right? So Rosita became so popular and was the most requested song for the dance for the time. It became #1 and stayed #1 on the Caribbean Top 40 for 8 weeks, I can remember. It was a record because no other top 40 record had hit #1 and stayed so long at the top of the charts. It was a big hit. Now, it became very popular in the discos. In those days, we had discotheques. In Montserrat, we had La Cave and Disco 747, and in Dominica, they had Warehouse Disco, right? And fellas, every time that song played, fellas would hit the dance floor and grab a chick and rent a tile because it was so good. As a matter of fact, I think that song Rosita had an influence in Arrow's producing of Hot, Hot, Hot and Raise Your Hand If You Want to Jam, a long time, right? And those three tunes were very popular in the discotheques. As a matter of fact, Nous Travail pour Ailleurs was also another favorite of Exile 1, which was also on the top 40 charts, right? And Aki Aki too as well. Now, soon after that, Gramax came with Mideba and our good friend Joe, and we had Gaylord's Power Union, Prayer of the Black Man, we had Midnight Groovers, we had Bell's Combo, Liquid Ice, Billowmen, Swinging Stars, Taboo Combo, Kassev, Lazy Glow. And of course, not forgetting Ophelia. Ophelia with I Dominique. And she did reach the top 10, by the way. And I think she made number one. I'm not too sure, but like I'm trying to double check that one. But we played it. We played it not because it was banned in Dominica, but because it was a heavily requested song from the listeners in Dominica. And we did not see a need to ban it. You know, it was a heavily requested song, and we played it. You know, it's a great song. So now, Gregory Rabès, in one of his earlier presentations, he made reference to the calypso, the cadence-lypso tsunami that occurred in the mid to late 70s and into the 80s. Now, I can identify with that because I'm sure that Radio Antilles contributed to that wave, as the two most popular programs and DJs were Gus White and Dubai with Caribbean Togetherness. They actually became household names in Dominica. Dubai, what's happening now? And let me tell you, their fan mail was off the charts. They received at least over 300 letters on a daily basis. And I mean letters, not texts. Try putting that into today's context of WhatsApp messages, right? The fan mail was just great. Well, of course, in those days, we didn't have internet, so everything was done by mail. You know, you used to write on a legal pad or on these A-letter forms, these blue forms, you know. That was good. So in retrospect, that wave, that tsunami that Gregory Rabès spoke about with the cadence-lypso, I think that finally diminished when, unfortunately, Hurricane Hugo devastated Montserrat in 1989, which caused severe damage to Radio Antilles, and subsequently in 1995, the eruption of the Soufriere Hills volcano, which totally buried Radio Antilles for good, as it was located at the base of the volcano at the time. So there's nothing left. It's the end of an era. Like I said, we received thousands of fan mail, especially from Dominica, and especially from popular but very interesting names of villages that come to mind: Dodan, Bioche, Dubla, Anse-de-May, Anne-Solda, Capuchin, Pébouche, Penville, Zicac, Sinikou, Thibault, Viecaz, and others. And it was very interesting to us because these were names that sound very colorful. And as a matter of fact, when I went back to Dominica, I made sure to go and visit all of those villages just to see what they were like, you know. And they're so pretty. They really represent the names very well. So I make no apology that during those years, Radio Antilles was the most popular radio station in Dominica and the rest of the other Windward Islands. I stand corrected, but I think that at the time, DBS only operated with 10,000 watts. But not only in the music that we were popular for, but also in the news coverage. Everybody used to rush home to listen to the 6 p.m. news and the soap opera at the time, which was called A Place in the Sun. That was a big thing. I mean, fellas making sure they reach home for that, you know. And especially in the civil unrest of 1979 and the aftermath of Hurricane David. Dominica was our favorite island. That's why as soon as Hurricane David passed, Julian Rogers and the general manager organized a charter and a party of 6 staff, which included Raymond Lawrence, Abu Bakr, Linda Waldron, and myself, and 2 French announcers. We came down to Dominica to broadcast live from Dominica on a daily basis to give reports. It's the only time in my memory that Radio Antilles did an outside broadcast. So that is basically how we operated and how we promoted cadence-lypso to the world. Julian I'm sure would have his take on his perspective as the program director for Radio Antilles. He is an awesome guy to work under. In conclusion, I want to thank Wadix and Gordon Henderson for the invitation to be part of this historical occasion, for the excellent organization and presentation so far. It is of tremendous historical significance and should be treasured for years to come. I would like to make a suggestion, if I may, or recommendation, that maybe the next cadence-lypso month be held in the month of October to coincide with the NCCU's cadence-lypso context, culminating in the World Creole Music Festival and Independence. I think it will be a good marriage, but I guess that's something that the authorities will have to look at. I love smooth jazz and I love cadence-lypso. These are my favorite genres of music. I listen to them all the time. And that's why I end, folks. Good night, folks, and enjoy the rest of the evening. Good night.
Good night, Brian, and thank you very much. Now, next presenter is Julian Rogers. I just want to say very quickly, I forgot to mention that at the end of the presentations, you will have an opportunity to ask questions, okay? So make a note of your questions so they can be available at that time. Let me tell you a little about Julian. Julian, I'm going to read it because, I mean, a lot of us of the older generation would have known Julian, talking about people like Ken Richards and so on. But the younger folk might not be that au courant with Julian Rogers. So let me just read something about him. Julian Ernest, and I didn't know that his name, one of his names was Chetvind, okay? Julian Ernest Chetvind Rogers. MB was born on the 11th of November 1947 in Barbados. He's a Caribbean broadcaster and journalist. He has worked as broadcast manager, TV and radio host and producer, publisher, trainer, lecturer, media consultant, and public relations professional. Involved since the 1970s with the building of national radio stations, notably in Barbados and Kitts and Nevis and Antigua and Barbuda, and part of the original team set up to revolutionize the media industry in Trinidad and Tobago with the rebranding of the Trinidad and Tobago Television Company, TTT, into CNMG. He has been called the Caribbean Man and has established a reputation as one of the region's most respected media practitioners. His characteristic style as a broadcaster is to conduct biting interviews. One commentator refers to the persistent journalistic exploits of a resurgent, sharp-witted, and emphatic Julian Rogers. Can someone translate this for me? Julian Rogers was an announcer for Radio Antilles, hosting the morning show. As manager of the English service, 1976 to 1977, he reformatted the station and established the Caribbean Correspondence News Network, a forerunner of the Caribbean News Agency. The citation delivered breaking news of the Caribbean for much of the 1970s and 1980s. Julian, if you're ready, please join us. We'd like to welcome you, and it's your turn now at the microphone. Can you hear us, Julian? Mr. Rogers? It seems to have stuck. Yeah, it's frozen, yeah. Dennis? Okay. Alvin was just telling me that, you know, those of us who used to go to cinema in the Carib cinema and so on, in the days of Harold, when the thing would stick, Harold! Okay, that's what happened there. Okay, let's move on since we seem to have a little issue, technical issue with Julian. Hopefully we'll get him back later on in the program. Let's go now to the next person on the program, and that is Dennis Joseph. Dennis is going to speak to us on the Creole language and cadence-lypso on the national radio. Now, here's what I like about Dennis, you know. Dennis has 3 bullet points in his bio. 3 bullet points, and that is characteristic of the man. Powerful, but never like to put himself in the spotlight, you know. He prefers to have his power, or his speak through his actions. His actions. What do we do? So go with Dennis? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so let's call, well, Dennis is a former manager of DBS Radio, and one of the perhaps most dynamic promotionals on radio at that time was, those of you who were around will remember, the man with the master plan, right? And did he deliver the master plan for DBS, you know? This man here has a lot to contribute to do with what is happening right now, because he was the one, yes. Yeah, I mean, we're all familiar with the work that he did in bringing Creole, the Creole language, to radio and getting Dominicans to accept it so that Marie could come here tonight and do an entire presentation in Creole, and all of us could sit here and understand it. Those who didn't were afraid to say so because did I look bad, you know? So let me call Dennis Joseph now to the microphone to tell us how cadence-lypso, wait a minute, the Creole language and cadence-lypso on the national radio.
Take my homework there for me. My homework, yeah. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. That is not a cadence-lypso, you know. Cadence-lypso is a la voix. So I'm saying it again. Hello, everyone. Hello. Now we're getting someplace. You cannot die. You have to live with the music that is ours. Now you've heard all the history of cadence. Mark even made a mistake saying that Sifli Moutain was the first to make a record. Not so. So let me correct it immediately. It was the Swinging Stars. They did a little 45, and they did that in a radio station, production room, everybody in there, in Barbados. But the first big record that was made in Dominica was, of course, a band which I know well, the Gaylord's Power Union. I've been asked to talk about Creole on the radio. And I've spoken about that so many times. I've given the story so many times that sometimes I feel that I've spoken too much about it, but I'll do it one more time. When my good friend Alvin Knight, who is here with me, and he can support me, I hope. When Alvin Knight, who was the assistant manager, and myself started to speak about it, and the new programming that we had to have at DBS, I told him that I thought that we could bring in Creole. Patois. Now it's Creole, but in those days, it was Patois. So imagine you try to bring Patois on the radio. If you say Creole, it sounds a little sanitized. It sounds nice. But at that time, we're talking about Patois. Bagay détention on the radio. And I told Alvin about it, and he agreed right away. I have to give him that. But we all knew what we were going to face. We were going to be patois. Yeah. However, we went ahead. Creole, as we call it now, I prefer the K than the C. I've always said so. Creole is a little, again, elitist. I like the K, Creole. That is what it is, really. Yeah. And when we started with a tentative start, you know, like, let us do a little Friday blog and see how that goes. And the man sitting right here, Tim Durant, was talking with me or talking to me one day about a job at DBS. He had gone with naked feet, fast. I had to run back to the radio station. So he came to me and said, well, he wanted to work again on the radio station. And I was talking with him, and I said, well, you know, one of the things I want to do is have a Creole program. And to my surprise, Jim Durant said, well, I'll give it a try. And we started the Friday night. He was the first. And I think we should always acknowledge that. Everybody else who came after tried to jump to the front of the line, but the person who was at the front of the line was Tim Durant. At a time when most people had run away, he did not. And we started. And then it began. People started calling in, asking me, what kind of thing is that I have on the radio? Dear. And hear this. Saule fella in Creole and asking me what Creole is that I have on the radio. That's what I had, okay? And then I remember this one, I've repeated it so many times. A caller called in and I picked up the telephone expecting the usual, how are you? And the first thing he said, we are going to hang you from the market, in the marketplace. And then he said, Pis ou le détruit l'esprit Zafano. In Creole. It's amazing. It always amazes me. I was trying to destroy the minds of young people, the children. But we battled on. And with the staff, sometimes when people say, well, Dennis Joseph started Creole, I always say, Dennis Joseph had the idea. But the people with me supported me. They got blows too for that Creole. And we went ahead, little by little, until we felt perhaps we can go further. I wanted something bigger. And we started the afternoon program. I got Felix Henderson. I wouldn't go through the whole history. I'm sure you know a lot about it. And Felix Henderson was a good find, and we were able to develop Creole in Dominica. If I have to talk about it, I would have to pick up my notes. And you would be here for the whole night. But I forgot my notes. So tonight is your lucky night. But Creole has made an impact in Dominica. And so before I go any further, let me congratulate Wadix. Because when I was trying to push Creole in every way, Wadix was there. I gave him programs to do, and he responded very well. He knew what I liked, and he always did it very well. But the most important part of it is that you start something and you hope that it will succeed. You take a shot and you hope it will work. You can miss your target, or you can miss it earlier on, but you hope one day to hit the bullseye. And if you think that what we started at DBS those years ago has made an impact on the Dominica society, please let me hear a round of applause. Well, I'll have to take that. I'm sure you tried your best to do better, so I'll take that. Now, cadence. Just about the time I took over as manager, I just come from, of course, one of the big bands of Dominica in those days, the Gaylord's Power Union. Just about that time, cadence was starting. Now everybody's talking about how great it is, but Alvin will tell you, the Creole part of it, they did not like at all. They loved the music, but not the Creole parts. So now you wouldn't believe that. It has been successful because here we are with a whole month of cadence-lypso. But when we started, it was a problem. I had to make a promotion, a promo as we call it, which was used against me, as Alvin knows, when things went against us politically. And it was the people of DAC. And I brought in the cadence band, Gramax. And they would come in at the end there, cadence mweme. And I would promote this all the time, the people of DAC, cadence mweme. And it came on it came to the point where Gramax, when he would start a show, would say, the people of DAC, cadence mweme. There is something in there I'm sure you missed. I didn't say Dominica. I said DA. DA started right here with me on that promo. And why? The Dominicans had gone to the point where they were only interested in JA, Jamaica. And I thought, how do I make people interested in Dominica? So I said DA. It caught. Yeah. It caught. And so suddenly we were into our own thing, which leads me to what I want to say tonight. I do not want to give you a long history lesson. I'm sure you've heard history lessons long enough. Some of you have failed history. You do not want to be reminded about that. What do we do from here? We can have all of your talk. We can have nice talk. You can laugh. We can joke. We can appear to be serious. But if we do nothing after this, the whole idea of a cadence-lypso month is like we're just having fun and we're done with that. Music, especially new music rather, cannot develop except the radio station promotes it. The radio station must push it. And if the radio stations don't, then we are talking a lot of nonsense, so to speak, when we say we love cadence music. Cadence-lypso is our thing, and I disagree, Mark. It is our thing. Reggae is Jamaica's thing. Calypso is Trinidad's thing. Cadence is our thing. And we as Dominicans must let the world know that it is our thing. But it cannot be our thing if we don't show the world that it is ours. I'm calling on the radio stations right now. Let us start a movement towards bringing cadence back. Yeah. It is beautiful music. I played this music in England and other places, and people start to sway because it's lovely music. It lends itself to orchestration very well, as you should know. All sorts of instruments can fit into a cadence piece. The guitar, the trumpet, the trombone, the saxophone, the drums, everything can fit in, can have solos in that. Why did we lose that music? Why did we lose it? Because at one time, the bands of Dominica decided that the Burning Flames music was the music they followed. I know this because I had a big problem with them at that time. Roots, Stem and Branches was one of the bands we had in Dominica. And they called me in to talk with them and tell them what I thought of the band and where the band should go. And I advised, bring back cadence. They followed what I said, They brought back cadence, the record bombed. Nobody wanted it. When are we going to stand for something in Dominica? Something that's ours and not always letting somebody pick it up and do what they like with it and then follow that same person. It is time. So the work that Wadix is doing must be reflected in us as well. What do we do? Do we sit and listen or do we get behind it? That's the question. So I'm not going to give you a history lesson of how great we were or how much I did. That is unimportant. Is if it makes a difference, then it is important. So I'm asking you, let us get together the radio stations, the TV. Well, I don't know if we have TV stations nowadays because it's the relay stations we have, right? But anyhow, those who do TV should get together and let us see what we can do to promote something that is our own. Recently, though we're talking about cadence, but very recently I spoke to Rab. And I told him that same story. Why are we creating things for other people and then dropping out? You know his music. It's bouillon. And I asked him the question. I said, we have to do something, and I am in the process of trying something. It is time now to have a music that is Dominican. We have the talent, we have the musicians, we have the people. Why are we letting the talent drop all the time? What is wrong with us? Are we a people that love to listen, or are we a people that love to act? Now is our time. And Wadix has brought it to our face. It's about time we face it and do something about it. I'm done.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, very much, Dennis. I get a sense that everybody who is here tonight, when they leave this place, they're going to think, well, what can I do to promote cadence-lypso music, okay? That's what we want. Except Rohim, okay? Okay, I've just been told that, we'll have to skip Julian for the time being. I'm hoping perhaps we can still do something with him before the end of this exercise. But right now, our next presenter is a gentleman called Daniel Betis. He is Betis. Oh, Betis. All you have me calling the man Betis, man, eh? Come on. Okay, Daniel Betis. All right. He is a veteran French journalist who wrote a book about cadence-lypso. And he's going to join us to talk on the influence of cadence on the French Antilles. Is he ready? Okay, Daniel, please come in. Bonsoir, Daniel.
Moun tout côté, eh bien, mon content parce que au Soya, nous pouvons parler de l'impact de la cadence-lypso en les pays francophones. Tout d'abord, eh bien, nous avons placé le contexte là. Nous, dans les années 70, et dans les années 70, ni révolution, tout côté estudiantine, dans des pays, etc. Tout le monde a cherché, trouver racines, trouver fond dioc, di Layovini. Et Adam Bagaïta là, qu'arrivé en groupe musicien de la Dominique, ni Exalwan, ni Gramax, ni Gordon Anderson, ni Jeff Joseph, ils sont arrivés la Guadeloupe. Et ça a provoqué une espèce d'adhésion, une espèce de curiosité en même temps, puisque ni un paquet anglais qui arrivait, puis Afro, et puis Boubou. Notamment Exalwan qui capotait Boubou Yoruba. Mais ça peut permettre dans ces pays-là, que ce soit la Guadeloupe ou la Martinique, que tout le monde cherchait pour qui Yoni Afro, qu'on Nina Simone, comme James Brown, qu'on Aretha Franklin. Et il y a trouvé bagaille là, c'est que nous n'y en racine, et racine là c'est en Afrique. D'ailleurs, bagaille là, n'y en lot questionnement que ces jeunes Martiniquais et puis ces jeunes Guadeloupéens qui ont posé Koyo. Et ces premiers bagailles sociologiques exalwan. Et si Gordon a songé bien, quelques mois après, il est allé en Guyane, il était capoté en chapeau, là, il arrivé à l'aéroport. Tout le monde là tenait même chapeau, alors qu'il n'a jamais joué en pays francophone. Là. Donc, il y a une adhésion, il y a un mouvement, Exal One, cadence-lypso, qui a créé un véritable mouvement. Des jeunes anglais qui ont chanté en créole. Dans un pays français, ça c'est un bagage formidable. Mais on peut même dire qu'au-delà du bagage là, cadence-lypso a sociologiquement frappé en l'autre pays, y compris les pays lusophones. L'on regarde des côtés le Mozambique, les Cap-Verts, au-delà de Cabo Verde, il y a un groupe qui a crié Os Apalos. Ils juste prend un morceau, Aileen, et derrière, ça y a fait, ils juste fait en pochette qui était en copie conforme d'une pochette que Gordon t'est sorti pour dans ses premiers disques en disque.
Apologies about earlier problems with the audio, but here I am. And I'm so happy that Brian had a chance to talk well ahead of me. Brian was there well ahead of me. And he was there in the 60s at a time when I was just entering radio, actually, in my native Barbados. And been listening to Radio Antilles, you know, during my school days. I never imagined that I would end up leaving Barbados and heading to Montserrat in my 20s, early 20s, actually. I think I must have been about 20 at the time when I arrived in Montserrat. And I got there in January of 70, and by November of 1970, I was gone to Antigua to work with the setting up of ZDK Radio there. But it was not until 72 that I came back. But I have to tell you what happened in 1970 when I arrived. When I got there, as Brian recounted, there were the pirate DJs, so to speak, a number of English personalities who were there from the early days, and I think a couple of other younger people who would come by a little later on. I was struck by one thing, that though I had been weaned, so to speak, on the Billboard Top 100 and the English chart as I checked out Record Mirror and New Musical Express out of England, when I got to Radio Antilles, I discovered one thing, and that shocked me, that Radio Antilles did not play Caribbean music. I just couldn't figure it out. And I remember recounting just some months ago to Brendan Power, who was one of the personalities at the time, an English guy, that I teased him that the only Caribbean music he knew was the Mighty Sparrows' Big Bamboo and the Merry Men. And I just could not believe that. So that was 1970. I arrived there, and I was doing the morning show, and I got to do the Fun 40 a couple of times on a Sunday afternoon. But it wasn't until I got back to Radio Antilles in 1972 as head of the English language service that I was able to do something about that. And I think it was important to understand what Radio Antilles meant to the Eastern Caribbean at that time. We were literally the radio station of Dominica. We were the radio station of St. Lucia, the radio station of Grenada, the main radio station for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and also for St. Kitts, and to a less extent Antigua. But we really had a clear responsibility at that time as far as news was concerned, because as it turned out, Radio Antilles had built up a reputation that the news at 6 was the only newscast you needed to listen to if you wanted to know what was happening across this Caribbean. Why? Because the radio stations at the time in the Eastern Caribbean were all government owned. Remember, both the Leewards and more particularly the Windward Islands, was served by a network of stations which were shortwave under the Windward Islands Broadcasting Service. And I would say that those stations were principally for the benefit of the banana planting countries of the Windwards. And then you had other radio stations in the Leewards which were owned by the governments. I can tell you about ZAZ in St. Kitts and ABS in Antigua, etc., and even ZJB in Montserrat. So that Radio Antilles stood out, privately operated, and not subject to the strictures of censorship, etc., that applied in many of the Caribbean territories. So that when I got back in 1972, I decided there were two things we were going to do. We're going to be the most independent news operation in the region, and most importantly, we are going to play Caribbean music. Now, where was that music going to come from? Well, I had some lessons to learn, and those lessons came to me via Dominica in particular, because we had a correspondent on the ground, a man called Carter, and I'm trying to remember his first name right now, but it will come back to me. But Carter was our very reliable correspondent on the ground. And I said to him one day, I said, you know, we're the radio station of Dominica. Is there music there that we should be playing on Radio Antilles? And he said, certainly, you need to be playing cadence. And so that was our introduction. Of course, having asked that question and gotten the hint, I then turned to the French announcers of Radio Antilles and said to them, do you know this music? And yes, they knew this music. And once we played the music, well, the music came to us. So you had a number of people in Dominica sending us music. And among, of course, the cuts of Exile 1 and Gaylord's Power Union and much more. And then we went on to ask the same question of St. Lucia. And by all means, once we started to play that music, then everybody started to send us music. So we got music out of St. Kitts as well, and out of Antigua. But I think the most important thing was that having made the decision to play Caribbean music and to put it in the top 40, we really opened it up. And I remember one very interesting thing. The very first Caribbean tune that hit the top 40 on Radio Antilles was not a cadence tune. It was Ken Lazarus, Hail the Man. And I remember when it hit the top, everybody went wild because this was unheard of. This was not the Jackson 5. This was not Stevie Wonder, who were prevalent at the time and big hits, etc. And so Hail the Man was certainly the first. Then I know Brian has told you the story of Rosita, but my story really is about Hit Them With Music by the Gaylord's Power Union. And I had the chance to go to Dominica several times to play in the disco operated by Julian Giroux, and to really come to face with the impact of that music, particularly Hit Me With Music. And in fact, I was so happy many, many years later to go to London and run into Breaker, who I thought was one of the most fantastic performers on stage anywhere in this Caribbean. But I think the message or the story I really want to share with you is that there was a philosophical change at Radio Antilles. And I must not just take the credit, but certainly share that credit with everybody who contributed to transforming our appreciation of Caribbean music. Because all of a sudden the artists recognized that they were equal to any of the North American or European hits which are playing already on Radio Antilles. And one of the other things, of course, is that what I systematically did was to create a newsroom that was made up of Caribbean journalists. So we'd had people like Don Bob reporting for us in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And at the first opportunity, I said, Don, you've got to come to Montserrat and live. Now, telling somebody to come to Montserrat is really a real challenge because everybody thought, you know, Montserrat is a little small territory. Yes, it is small, 39 square miles at the time and, you know, 12,000 people. But Montserrat was really an international base. I used to say it was a little United Nations because you had all these people for the French and the English service and the Spanish service and eventually, of course, the German service. But it was interesting where the French came from. They didn't just come from Martinique or Guadeloupe. they came from Europe. And the Spanish announcers came from Central America. I mean, we had so many Chileans there, etc. So that and in fact, we had one French guy from Madagascar, of all places. So we really were an international community. And the English-speaking personalities and also the journalists, of course, were operating in that environment. I think I come back to the philosophical position that we took, that we were a Caribbean radio station and that we had a responsibility to showcase the best of the Caribbean music. And we went beyond the Merry Men and Sparrow, of course, to embrace all the new music that was coming out of Trinidad as well. And that, of course, was the period of Arrows, coming out with Gene Under the Bed and Hold On to Your Property, etc., which meant then that the music of Montserrat now was coming onto Radio Angeles and become equal with everything else that we were playing. And so the Fun 40 became a really serious barometer of where Caribbean music stood and where it grew. And I think that we need to take some credit for that in the Radio Angeles family. I want to talk quickly about something that we're doing, because every time I go up and down this Caribbean, people talk about Radio Angeles and its impact in the 60s and 70s and 80s and so on before it went off the air. And I'll tell you a quick, interesting story about this, because it really is related to the audience that we had. Many years later, back in 1993, 94, I went to Trinidad to set up a radio station there. And of course, we had transmitters not just in Trinidad, but also in Tobago. And I'd gone over with the engineers to see what our installations were like. And it was very, very hot, like it is these days. And we went into a shop to get a drink. So I went up and to the counter and I said, "Good day, could we have, and I ordered the drinks." And the proprietress, she just looked up in shock and she says, "What? Julian Rogers?" And of course, my engineering team were in shock because they said, "I mean, you come to Tobago for the first time and somebody knows you're in Tobago." And then she said, No. I've been listening to Julian Rogers and the team at Radio Angeles for many years. And then they understood how that kind of coverage that Radio Angeles had. We had, of course, many, many fans up and down the Caribbean, but I thought what was interesting was that our fans came from Guyana. We got letters from the overnight transmissions that reached as far as Jamaica, and of course, all the way to Puerto Rico and so on. And Brian made reference to the pen pals that we had. Oh boy, those pen pals are part of my life up to today. And I run into people who tell the stories of Radio Angeles. As children, they're listening with the radio stuck under the bed and with headphones and so on, trying to make sure that their parents didn't know that they were listening to the late shows on Radio Angeles. And of course, if you go around, you also hear the famous stories of Dubai Richards and Gus White, and the names go on and on and on. So the cadre of journalists and the cadre of air personalities really developed something special for Radio Angeles and for its listeners. And that brings me to what is our latest effort. As people talk about Radio Angeles again and again, a group of us have gotten together and we decided that we're gonna have an anniversary for Radio Angeles. And we've got some ideas in terms of bringing back some of the voices and the newscasters and so on that people have grown to love over the years. So we'd hoped that we would have been able to do it this month, but circumstances didn't allow us to do it. So we're negotiating and talking with the government of Montserrat so that we can set up a program utilizing what I would really call our sister station, ZJB Radio Montserrat, in the Emerald Isle. They, of course, they've been the source of so many personalities coming out of Montserrat and making big strides on Radio Angeles. We'll hear more about that. But I think tonight is one in which we celebrate the success of music that originated in Dominica and that hit all over the world. And every day, I really am very, very proud of what has happened there. And I must say thanks to my good friend, Gordon Henderson, friend for life. Could you imagine that? From the 70s until today, we are brothers in this industry. And of course, I support Gordon in all his appeals to everybody for keeping, I don't know, keeping hope alive, but most importantly, pushing our indigenous music. So Gordon, thank you. Thank you to Wadix. And so happy to hear and see my good old friend Joseph and many others. Let me just encourage everybody to keep this process going, because we've had a whole generation of people who are not aware of the impact that this music that they now enjoy today had in our day. So all the very best from me in Kingston, Jamaica. There's Dominic. I trust everybody heard all that.
Oh, thank you, Julian. We did, loud and clear, with this voice of yours, man. I think it was your voice the lady recognized, you know, when he encountered her in Dominican, she said, Julian Rogers? I think his voice was, yeah, very unique voice, you know. Okay, I am told that we are going to go back to Mr. Betis. Okay, realize I pronounced it properly this time, eh? Mr. Betis. Okay. Bro, the man's name is not Betis, all right? It's Betis. All right. Okay, so let's go. Is there
anglophone et en 10 créolophone que yo te sorti kay premier producteur yo. Donc premier impact sociologique. Deuxième impact linguistique. Ça clair. Cadence-lypso a chanté la réalité, le quotidien. Que ce soit Gordon, que ce soit Jeff, que ce soit Ophélia, que ce soit Chubby, où yo tout yo rentré, yo ni en construction créole à dans ba yo. Moins qu'à aller haut, eh bien, pas arrêter personne pas arrêter moins. Il n'y en construction à dans ça. Il n'y en construction aussi parce que c'est un socle. Nous travaillons pour rien. Il n'y a une explication. Et tout ça, ça a viré mettre créole là en axe. C'est tellement vrai que Martinique et puis Guadeloupe, ils ont qu'à parler créole, mais ça pas encore prise de conscience là, t'es qu'à mentir anti-chouya. Et les cadence-lypso à arriver, ça va permettre bagaille créole là, fondure créole là, anti-chouya, à tel point qu'en 1975, il a créé le GIREC, le groupe d'études et de recherche créolophone et francophone, avec Jean Bernabé, Robert Damoiseau, Michel d'Espagne, et puis Raphaël Confiant, et puis bien d'autres. Donc, ça était important, ça bat créole là en parle, et ça a venu en force pour toute la Caraïbe. Troisième impact, dans ces pays francophones-là, eh bien, c'est un impact culturel. Pour moi, la cadence-lypso construit qu'on compte à Mantiébé en Soukounian, ou qu'a fait image là, c'est comme si on t'a dit à soleil chaud, etc. C'est même bagaille là, ou bien l'on paré bouquet ou à des becs, ou qu'a imaginé qu'on a dans compte là, ou assise, il n'y en comptait, tout le monde a crié il a crié bouquet, ou il a crié même Anita, eh bien Anita, comment il a fait pour ni l'argent, toutes ces chansons soit et puis Grand Max, soit et puis Midnight Rovers, soit et puis Exile One, eh bien ça portait en impact, ça bat contre là en nouvelle dimension. Et c'est comme ça que plusieurs monde en pays a perçu cadence-lypso. Cadence-lypso, il y a en histoire, il y a en descriptif, et puis il y a en point de vue. Et point de vue, c'est important. Et il peut aller plus loin parce qu'il y a en réflexion. Les grands max qu'a chanté par exemple BMW, eh bien, qu'a parlé de consommation. Donc, ça qu'a à réfléchir. Est-ce que l'eau qu'a consommé ou qu'a porté en bagaille par pays? Les Gordon qu'a chanté, réfléchis avant parler, réfléchis avant critiquer. Eh bien, ça qu'a permis tout. d'y rentrer en vous-même, d'y garder avant de parler, ça qu'a dit, et est-ce qu'il a porté en bagaille pour pays. J'aimais voir ça. J'aimais voir ça. Laissez soleil là. Bon, là, on a regardé ça, on a dit ça, on a regardé que c'est un combat contre l'aliénation. Max dit oui, tout ça on dit, c'est vrai, mais manquer était en pays, et c'est ça l'important. Cadence-lypso a mené en réflexion importante dans ces pays francophones là, en prise de conscience. Et prise de conscience ça t'es qu'à aller plus raide encore et plus belle, parce que à moment là, au niveau, je dirais, au niveau finance, au niveau économique, Martinique et puis Guadeloupe, ni en développement, c'est la consommation qui t'est roulée. Comment anti-pays, qu'on la Dominique, ou bagaille la plus petit, l'argent plus maigre, t'es qu'arrivé faire en bagaille conscient, t'es qu'arrivé faire en bagaille en mouvement qui prend conscience d'un certain nombre de bagailles. Et c'est ça c'est encore un grand paiement qu'a dit sur le plan politique. Et conscience là, c'est grâce à la cadence-lypso qui a porté un impact à la fois en les politiques là, en les religions, mon Dieu, ma famille et moi, les bilomènes qu'a chanté, aïe maman, Black Affairs, maman et puis Ophélia, ou même Nelson Mandela et puis Midnight Grover, François Fanon et puis Gordon Anderson, African Music et puis Bill Thomas, tout ça, eh bien, nous nie, tout ça fort et tout ça important. Mais je terminer en disant, parce que je suis obligé d'écouter, je l'ai trouvé en partie dans le livre là, il était une fois la cadence-lypso. Mais j'ai en deuxième livre que je préparé en ça, en les paroles, l'analyse des paroles, en les tout impact culturel là, je préparé pour un second livre. Donc, même je dis que l'impact là, c'est possible grâce à volonté un certain nombre de monde. Volonté sur l'orchestre là, mais volonté aussi des producteurs Martinique et puis producteurs Guadeloupe. Producteur Guadeloupe, Henri Debs, Raymond Cellini, producteur Martinique, Jacqueline Nayaradou. Alors, ils ont fait un lot bagaille, parce que bagaille là, ils ont fait, qui ont enregistré, qui permettent, aujourd'hui, jour, transmettre la cadence-lypso. Ni aussi producteur, monde qui fait tourner les groupes, comme Michel Nicole, comme Agosta, Guadeloupe, en lot monde qui travaille, notamment Sakiteni, c'est le Newland et bien d'autres points de développement, eh bien, ils permettent que Mizik la diffuser. Et ça, c'est important. Et puis, ni ce orchestre là, Milestone, m'a cité en partie Liquid Ice, et puis, ça quittait là avant, ça m'a créé la période pré-cadence-lypso, Liquid Ice, bien sûr, mais Gaylords, tous ces groupes-là travaillent dans le même sens là. Et ils ont porté en impact dans ces pays francophones là. Tant en bout, parce que je ne peux pas aller plus long, mais il y a un lot bagaille à dire, il y a un lot bagaille que je vais réserver, bien sûr, pour livre là. Donc, je vais dire babaye, ça va permettre ouvert en débat, et puis prendre conscience que musique là, que zotni, musique là, que nous ni, puisque il t'a nous aussi actuellement, eh bien c'est l'or qui en la main. C'est l'or qui en la main nous. Ciao, bye bye.
Yes. And interesting to note that book cover at the back of him, he wrote a book, Il était une fois, la cadence-lypso, Once Upon a Time, cadence-lypso, and he's now writing a second book about cadence-lypso. Yes.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Yes, and the second book will be about the analysis of cadence-lypso lyrics and how potent the lyrics in the sounds are.
Okay, so I was just saying thank you, merci autant, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Betis. And, you know, I just want to take this opportunity very quickly to point out that because while I was listening to him and I understood that he was going to write that second book, it occurred to me that that first book is not readily available to people who would like to, you know, read what he has written. And I remember having a conversation, I think it was with you, Wadik, some time ago, and the idea floated that you were going to set up a museum, I believe, right? Cadence-lypso Museum. I am hoping that part of this effort is going to involve some sort of repository, whether it be online or what have you, where that sort of information, documented information on the history of cadence-lypso. I know Dennis said enough with history, let us see what we can do.
The plan, basically, there's a team headed by Sobers Esprit, and we're planning a museum with Gregory Rabbits also. Gordon also is part of it. Brohim is also part of it. To have a museum book virtual, and you could, a special venue for the music. So students all over Dominica can go and listen to the sounds of the various albums of cadence-lypso. And you could also listen online. So you could come, let's say, to a place like we're on the Bayfront. We're close to, I can't remember the name of the place where the slaves were brought in. What's the name of the place? Barracoon Building.
Yeah.
A place like there where you could bring the children, they could listen to whatever band they choose. We have all the songs, I have all the songs. We have all the jackets of the various albums, so the children can learn the lyrics and even learn Creole, learn to speak Creole in some of the sounds, which are, a lot of them, these sounds are history lessons themselves.
Yeah, I'm also suggesting that you include as an element or component of that museum documented material on cadence-lypso.
Absolutely,
the articles,
because
the books, you know,
we are also feverishly,
stuff, yeah.
we are feverishly working on a television channel, a 24/7 Creole television channel. We're just in the final stages of with Digicel, where the content of that channel will be 24/7 Creole music, documentaries, videos, news in both Haitian and Dominican Creole. So, and we actually, as a matter of fact, Gregory Rabbits is setting up a 25 episode series teaching Creole, so you could be in your living room space and learn to speak Creole. So that's part of the 24/7 Creole channel, and this should be in collaboration with Digicel.
And also give some consideration to finding a space for printed material as well.
Absolutely.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
The hardest part of the project is the resources, and we'll have the question and answer section. Mark, I know you want to say something.
I just wanted to say something. Many years now, I've spoken with the Calypso Association, who actually owns a building. And here's the important thing about the Dominic Calypso Association. It is the only one in the entire Caribbean, including Trinidad and Tobago, that puts on its own show for how many years now? I think since 1975 or something of the sort. Right, okay. Okay. And it is the only one that owns a building. Okay? There is space at the Calypso House. And I've spoken to Ghost and other people there about what could be done. I made the first commercial Calypso recording. I think the hit song on that was cassettes at the time, was Humble Servant by NC.
NC.
Yes, okay. But before that, the radio station used to record the Calypso shows. So there are some songs that I hope they have the tape still, that we could get and digitize all the music and put them in a computer so that people who come, musicologists, whoever, want to listen to the music. And calypso music is an interesting thing for history. You can simply sit down there and listen to the calypsos from year to year to the end to know what people were interested in Dominica, what was going on. Yeah? Because calypso is like, if you like, the poor man's newspaper, if you want, or radio station, whatever you want to think about it. Yeah? Now, if you want to ask for a grant, because there are institutions like UNESCO that would fund a well put together project like that, it's always best for you to say, I have X, please give me X plus, rather than saying, coming to say, I have nothing, and I want you to give me 100%. You know? So I think there's an opportunity for the Calypso Association to work in cooperation with the people who want to preserve the Kadas music and its literary and musical history, to work together to have that thing set up at one place. So the way you would do it, the way I'm thinking you're doing it, is that the originals are not available to the general public. They can see them through a glass or something. They don't want people touching them because, you know, after a while, especially vinyl stuff, the cover is going to get the oils from your hand going to stain up the thing. But if you want to listen to it, there will be a computer or computers that are properly set up with a database that you can go and search the music and listen to it and so on there. And if you want to go and see the actual records and see the photographs of the people who are singing, you could do that, and there'd be little, you know, write-ups about this one and that one and so on.
Okay, Mark, thanks a lot. Huh? I'm sure in the question and answer session, if we want to
Kelly,
pursue that,
question and answer section.
Not yet, no, no, question and answer. We'll come to that. But right now we want some musical intervention, right? There's been a lot of talk for some time.
So the Lypso will make space for the Kadas. Okay. Okay. So Ra, I think I maybe have about 99% of bouillon, so there is space for us in the Calypso house. Kelly. In the bouillon.
Okay, all right. So some music, ladies and gentlemen, and we have three performers lined up. So we want to call to the microphone Class. Class, you're here, right? Oh, yeah, okay, great. Okay, so please come. You want to perform where you are?
I just have a small input. Our input to add to Kadas. Yeah, just talking to the panel. Hold on. I'm young, right? And I listen to music every day, all year round. And hello, my name is Class, aka Charles Lee from. Thank you everyone for coming, all the listeners from local and abroad. I just have a small input for Kadas. I'm young, right? Because I'm here against all the grown-ups. And to me, how I see it, we need to make it interesting for the young generation to participate. Because right now, you're wrong. If we have to sit down and analyze the events that partake, and the majority who partake in those events, especially young generation, you wouldn't see Kadas in that. If I can get somebody, at least the audience, to help back me up on that, we don't see Kadas in that. And the type of musical content that is heavily promoted is not Kadas. Me, I love my grown-ups. They teach me a lot, and you see music, I love it with a passion. I like something that can drive me forward, that can make me feel. But right now, the Kadas need more power. Right? Imagine I can say one thing. You see, Mr. Just now, I have to make sure I read that properly. Mr. Julian Rogers. You know, I used to always watch every ride that pass and try and see who that talking like that man. I sit down and listen to DBS radio, and on the intro hits, you hear a voice, and you're checking, boy, who is that man? Boy, I have to shake his hand. Dennis Joseph. Thank you for the correction. That man is a legend, I can tell you. From young, I listened to that man intro on DBS radio, and it's been an honor to meet him tonight. If I didn't come here tonight, I'll never know it's him. I can tell you that. Trust me. And I can tell you, Dominic, I love you. I love you. Bring back from top. Welcome to Dominica, a place with natural features. We're filled with loving people and plenty helpful neighbors. No matter where you go, they always share that same love. You'll never get lost, expect someone to guide you. It don't take a thing for them to know you, 'cause everyone's happy they could know you. My sweet country, Dominic, I love you. You're so beautiful. My country's so clean, also fresh and green, a visitor's dream. Lake country so wonderful. I love beauty, I love splendor. There's places you fall in love. You know once you always remember rose, breadfruit and kakoti. When you come out party, it's big and we only drink local passa kubuli. Toutes ces familles nous connaissent vive. My sweet country, Dominic, I love you. Sing with me. You're so beautiful. My country's so clean, also fresh and green, a visitor's dream. Let's go and take a tour, maybe boiling lake or waterfalls. Hike through the mountains to explore, see amazing things you never seen before. Now I'm gonna take you to a nice place, good for practice and positive ways. I know it be, so please follow me. I wouldn't say much. Anyway, yes, the places. Dominic, I love you. You're so beautiful. My country's so clean, also fresh and green, a visitor's dream. Class.
love it your way. Bruni, moi mais toujours, no matter where you everything, girl. You got my heart and I got yours. No matter. I think I'll leave that for next time. You know, I so feel like Dominica. I love Dominica so much, right? I rather stick with that. That song was made out of a remix. But you see, Dominica, I Love You, that's more original. I felt more passion in writing that. And I rather sing that than anything else tonight. Thanks to Wadix for bringing me here. And thank you everybody for having me. It's a pleasure. Take care.
Thank you very much, class. Thank you very much, class. As the night continues, we really want to thank all those of you who are here this evening and listening to us live. It gives us great pleasure. We Open Center, as I'm holding on for Tim to bring live at the We Center, make him feel welcome, one of the greatest gospel artists in the Caribbean, Jerry Lloyd.
Good night, everybody.
Dominique, bon Dieu béni nous fait en musique dans nous tout. Nous allons jouer pour tout le monde écouter. Yo bien aimé musique là. Yo point musique nous allons. Yo viwe et puis zouk et compas. Et musicien nous. Allez et puis yo al jouer. Jouons la terre. Mais nous vivons pour jouer musique à nous. Cadence. Cadence, ouh la la, cadence, cadence, hey, pas pour nous quitter, belle musique nous fait, pour aller jouer musique moun. Nous café mon quoi, musique yo café, plus belle passé, musique nous. C'est temps pour nous, Dominique. Élevé, ça nous même fait, point musique à nous. Mettez là ici, posez, ou allez musique. En Dominique, nous vivons pour jouer musique à nous. Cadence. Cadence, ouh la la, cadence, cadence, You may remember. Aye, mama. Absolument. Oui, mama. Nous vivons pour jouer musique à nous. Nous vivons pour jouer musique à nous. Nous vivons pour jouer musique à nous. Cadence. Cadence. Ouh là là. Cadence. Ah, c'est une musique nous-mêmes. Cadence. Cadence. Merci, bon Dieu. Merci. Oula.
si j'aime. Vous voulez connaître la différence Adam moi et puis ouais. Écoute si c'est pas mon chance, côté bien, moi qui dis Jésus venu toucher toute ma vie. Tournez-moi hors pour sauver la vie. A dit dans moi satisfait. Moi bien content. Aïe, aïe Jésus. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Vous touchez la vie, moi. Vous bien sauver moi. Aïe, aïe, aïe. Ou péco point privilège nous ni. Depuis Jésus mort pour ban nous la vie. Moi t'es en l'air chimère l'enfer, pour gaspiller la vie. Les moins t'en parole bon Dieu, moi crier Jésus vini. Jésus vini toucher toute ma vie. Tournez-moi hors pour sauver la vie. A dit de moi satisfait. Moi bien content. Oh, loué, mon cœur glorifié. Alléluia, Alléluia, Alléluia. Oh, mon cœur glorifié. Jésus, mon cœur glorifié. Mon cœur glorifié. Oui, mon bien satisfait en Jésus. Oui. Famille, à nous louer Jésus. Mon cœur loué. Glorifié. Merci bon Dieu, merci bon Dieu. Merci bon Dieu. Merci Dieu, merci bon Dieu. Merci bon Dieu. Mon cœur loué. Bon Dieu. À nous louer. Bon Dieu. Bon Dieu. À nous louer.
That cadence-lypso beat can be infectious. I kept going, you know, nice, not too fast, nice tempo, you know. Yeah. What special groove? Yes, man. Yeah. You must feel it. You know, if you don't feel it, you're deaf. You know, you can't hear it. You know. Okay, gives me. Yes, right. I mean, how can I forget Webman? You know, always gives me great pleasure to be involved in anything that Webb is a part of, you know. Very talented individual and somebody whose talent I've shared. So, you know, I am talking from a standpoint of, you know, having experienced the talent of the man. So we'd like to call Webb, I think he won the competition. Was it once or twice, Webb? Once? Once, yeah, the cadence-lypso competition. And he's our final performer in this activity this evening. Yeah. And we can expect that the saying, saving the best for last, is what we can expect. Webb, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Tim. It gives me great pleasure to be in such esteemed, distinguished. But Before you start, Wadix, I grew up listening to people like Jerry Lloyd. And Jerry Lloyd, you don't look your age, but you were one person that I emulated in my younger days in the cadence music. And I didn't, I'm just 41, I can say my age. But I used to really enjoy Jerry Lloyd as cadence music. You too? You too, right? And that's our age range. So that's the generation I was here. And as Class said, moving past, he used to always listen to The Voice on the radio. And it was Dennis Joseph. And I've always loved listening to Dennis Joseph. And that's one of the best voices on radio, so you can give him a round of applause. So I'm gonna sing two songs. One song was written by Joyce Stout and Mac, so produced by Mac. So I'm gonna sing it. This is the latest song, Wet You. And I don't speak Creole, eh? This ain't no show. I come for the rhythm, so now let's go. In this session now I come to dance. I'm in control, so take no chance. Woyoy, moi toujours bade, moi pas ouais pour yo. Every second, every minute, I'm ready to go. Il connaît assez à la vie pour moi danser. Il connaît assez à la vie pour moi coller. Si yo mauvais wet yo. Si yo mauvais wet yo. It seems like tonight there's something in the air that's right. It takes me to another place, to a different time and space. Oh yeah, before this happened and everything must be right. I don't have any time to waste. Man, get out of my face. Il connaît assez à la vie pour moi danser. Il connaît assez à la vie pour moi coller. Si yo mauvais wet yo. See your mother wet you. Wet border you. Wet border you. Wet border you. Wet border you. Nous pas venir là pour faire danser. Nous pas venir là pour ça, pas venir là pour faire débat. Nous pas venir là pour faire débat. Nous pas venir là pour ça, pas venir là pour faire débat. Mon qui vient faire débat. Wet you. Mulaki bini bekume wet you. See your mother wet you. See your mother wet you. And it has a little sukus cadence mix in it. So that was Mac production. Nice, we can move to the next one. Move to the next one. That was Wet You. Tutuni. Take a jouer sa cowboy tous les vendredis. Café beba tout moun le ou mou te kalibishi. Ou teni en famoso kaba ou ne popite. Toujours teni la jambe si pas café ailleurs. Mais garde l'état aujourd'hui. Ou divine là ou sorti. T'es bas motoka, t'es bas la précaille. Il va aller la ja, à la outenia. T'as fait valer ouais jordi. Dans sa mounozo kadi, en a mettre tout tourné. Yo dis c'est pas la qui t'es bas pour ça ou teni. Depuis en a quitté ou t'as fait comme à la vie. Bambo kadi mounozo jikan son ite bas. Mais où en partie et puis Paris comme si c'était ça. Mais gardez l'état aujourd'hui. Il dit vive là où sorti. T'es bas mon toka, t'es bas la pécaille. Il va le l'argent, à la tenia. T'as paiement et aujourd'hui. Dans sa mon oiseau cadi, à n'en mettre tout tourné. La pause est tout tourné. Le bonhomme, on y pour travail, pour ça qui sont, pas les pas sous femme, les femmes quittées, les amants vivés, tout ça yo parle, c'est ça autant. Ou t'es qu'à jouer ça cowboy, tous les vendredis, quand il dépasse l'argent, quand il promenait à Boiti. Pas jamais qu'à tirer, tout boîte à qu'à finir, mais quand il pour nous croiser, mi en a mettre tout tourné. Regardez l'état aujourd'hui. Il dit vivre là où sorti. T'es bas motoka, t'es bas la pécaille. Il va aller l'argent, à l'antenia. T'as paiement les aujourd'hui. Dans un monde oiseau cadi, Anna met un trou tourné. Anna, woy, Anna, Anna, woy. Thank you.
Roy, we're going to have question time in a short while, right? Hey, Roy. Lapo. We're going to have question time in a short while. You'll have a chance to comment and to ask questions, okay? All right, cool. No, wait, no, Kelly's Diabla. Kelly, yeah. Okay, thank you very much, class, Jerry and Webb. Wonderful presentations. And in fact, Shirley was the first. Who else was? Did I miss anybody? No. Oh yeah, Nathaniel.
Ah, your family.
Yeah, but I'll be forgiven for that, man. You know, yeah, I can do that to my family. You know, if I'd done that to somebody else, I'd be in trouble. You know. Okay, all right. So thanks a lot, guys. Now we've come to the point where you have the opportunity to ask Ken Richards. That's you're asking to ask a question. Well, but I know the floor is not open yet. All right. Okay, all right. But anyway, Ken and I, you know, we go back a long way, so you can understand, you know, if we jab each other. But yeah, the floor is open. So Ken, you can have the first shot at making your comment.
Oh, right. Good evening, everybody. Dennis Joseph asked the question, where do we go from here? And that's a great question. And I'm very happy that Wadix has a lot of support and we'll be able to take the cadence-lypso much further. But what I want to say is individuals can make their own contribution. And I'm taking me as an example. For about 4 months now, I have an online radio station. I'm shy, I'm very shy. Yeah, I have an online radio station, and one of the things there, one of the music genres there is cadence-lypso. And one afternoon I spent about 2-3 hours putting together 2.5 hours of cadence music. And that evening, the same Julian Rogers that was on there tonight WhatsApped him and told him, look, at 8 o'clock, I'm going to play some cadence music, 2.5 hours of music. If you like cadence, you can listen to it. Another colleague in Barbados, Julius Gittins, he told him the same thing. And at 8 o'clock, I played the music. I listening to my radio too, by listening to it too. And I thought maybe those guys would listen a bit and then get fed up and gone. At about 10:30, Julian Rogers sends me a text and he says, "Boy, great mix, man." And I always like the cadence music. And I'm thinking, well, Julius at least may have gone long ago. Julius then messages me and he tells me, "I want to hear more," you know? And it also sparked something else that was very interesting, I found. Because Julian then comes back the next day and he tells me, "Boy, you're pushing the cadence. Spooge went down the way," and so on. And you're not even hearing about Spooge these days. It's only when Independence Time comes around in Barbados, that is when they play the Spooge. Now, coming back to my radio station, I have a news roundup that I call the Caribbean News Roundup. It's on a Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 7:30 in the morning. I think the most people I have gotten for that news package is 21 people one morning. Normally, for the news package, I get about 12 people. I can see how many people are there because it's an online radio station and it tells you basically. What I have been doing recently though, because the cadence story that is aired on DBS, Gordon also sends it to me. And what I have been doing these days, as soon as the news is finished, I put a new episode and so on. And what used to happen, as soon as the news is finished, if 12 people were listening, it goes down to about 3 or 2, right? These days, I play the cadence story, and all the people who are listening to the news, they stay right there until the cadence story is finished. What I'm trying to say, young man, young guys and girls will get it too, because cadence is our music, and we love it. We have to push it as much as we can. I'm glad you're singing cadence too, and I hope a lot more people do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Okay,
Yeah,
so the floor is open.
I'm just going to make a somewhat controversial statement there. To Ken, that he needs to get a copyright music license. That is how the music business functions. So we have to, if you want to do music, we have to do music business correctly. It happens to be, by accident or the thing, I'm the publisher of 2 songs that were played here tonight. The one sung by Class, and the first one sung by the web. Yeah? So as the publisher, it's my job to make sure that they collect their money. Let me just give you guys a story. Yeah, a short story. It's about Gordon, right? When he started playing music in Guadeloupe with the Exile One and so on there, he happened to get in contact with some people in Guadeloupe, one of whom had a relative in France who was in the media, big media, yeah? So when he gets to France and he has this record contract with Barclay Records, they tell him, well, you must join SACEM. So he says, well, yeah, how do I do that? He say, well, go there, get the form, fill it out, blah, 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 which he did. Okay, they're making records and they're playing dances and this and that, and they're making money from performances. Maybe a year and a half later, he gets a call from SACEM that says, it's payday. Come for your pay. And he goes there and they give him a check. And he takes the check and he looks at it and he says, well, there's a mistake. I mean, he can't understand why they give him this large sum of money. So he kept the check on him for 2 weeks because he expecting them to call him back to say, bring back the check, we made a mistake. Afterwards, he put it in the bank and nobody called him. So then he understood how the business functions. And that is where, in point of fact, he got some money to start the Soul Tune album, so Soul Tune record label. And he made records for the other members of the band so that they could also become members of SASEM and make money as he did. Unfortunately, their songs were not as popular as his were, you know, but that's what he tried to do. And I'll just tell you another story about
Can we space them out?
Mark? No, about the importance of Guadeloupe in the importance of Guadeloupe in the music business. Has to do with Gordon again. We were good friends. He used to work at an insurance agency owned by Mrs. Pringle. And the boys in the band, which included Randy Aaron, had a band. And when he got there, he said, well, we can't make any progress with the instruments we have. So we need to get new instruments. Well, the way to get new instruments, either you take your money and buy the instruments, or you go to somebody and borrow money. The guys were not anxious to borrow money, so Gordon dressed up with his tie at that time, all insurance salesmen. That's all you knew them. If you're a guy walking around town in a tie and so on, you know, he worked for insurance company. He went to J.B. Charles, who had a thing called the Penny Bank, and he said to J.B. Charles, I want a loan. What for? To buy musical instruments. They had a little discussion, how much you want? And he gave Gordon the money without any security. Gordon then goes to Guadeloupe to buy the instruments. And he goes to a guy who just died called Cellini, who had a record shop and he was selling musical instruments. So Gordon chose the instruments he wanted and so on. And when comes time to get the bill, the amount of money he has is not enough. So Gordon, I suppose now he wouldn't say that, but Gordon then tells him, well, let me go to Dominica with the instruments. I will bring back the money for you. Which, just consider business, is a little odd. That you're going to take the thing out of the island. I don't even know your name. First time I see you. And the guy goes inside and says, let me consult with my wife. He consults with his wife and he comes back and he says, okay, take the instruments and go and come back and pay, which he did. So that's why I'm saying, although cadence-lypso was done by Dominicans, Dominica had no structure to allow what happened at the time to have happened. Okay? That's the point I wanted to make there.
Okay, so yeah, no, Roy has been. What do you know, Roy, man? Okay, let's go on to the next person in line. He's been bothering me, all the time. When he asks a question, he's not there. You still want to make your contribution? Huh? Okay, bring the mic.
1 minute. And it's development. And that's why I think Webb's song was understood, because he tried to fuse cadence. He tried to put something else. He just sang it a while ago. The days of the Puyo Coco and Coco Sec, it's gone to a different era. And we have to learn, if we have to grow cadence, we have to make it with an international appeal. So we have to be able to add something that other people know, rather than the Coco Sec, Puyo Coco, and that kind of thing. That era has gone. And I believe that what Webb suffered
when I heard him sing, when he tried to put something else in the music, he wasn't recognized. But that, I think I have 2 points to make. One, the marketing strategy for Cadas. Cadas has reached certain markets. What are we doing to build on the markets? In terms, okay, we have identified markets. How we maximize those markets? What's the plan? It doesn't. As I said to somebody, you have 2 players, a goalkeeper on each side, but we need about 10 other players on the field. We need more of that in Cadas to grow it. You need a goalkeeper there and a goalkeeper. You need players too. We need more people involved. We have a plan to understand a marketing plan. Yeah, we have identified markets. I heard how many we have Cadas reach already. What are we doing to maximize that? What is the strategic plan? What's the marketing plan? Now, I would like to cut it down and just put that, we have more to say. But the other people have to talk.
Okay, point number 2 now.
I said both of them, you know.
You finished? You finished?
I said one. I said one about the fusion of the Cadas thing.
Well, I thought you had 2 points.
And going Cadas from not the cocoa sec business because that's dead. Yeah, with the fusion, with a jazz influence, with something that is marketable outside. Yeah, we have to think, if we're marketing something that somebody like, not something bringing new. It doesn't always work.
Okay, Roy, thanks a lot. We really value your contribution. Yeah, we do. And anybody who has heard the song Diablo and heard the keyboard, contribution to that will understand, why you're important to cadence-lypso music. Okay, Shelley.
So, yeah. Good night. Good night, everybody. My name is Shelley, president of the Association of Music Professionals, lead artist at Signal Band, songwriter as well. And I would echo the sentiments and congratulate Wadix and the team for putting on this cadence-lypso month. I've been following the conversations and enjoying them. I felt it was important to come in person tonight to really get the ambience, and it was important to really feel the ambience. And also to echo again Mark's point, even about Gordon Henderson's influence in the music business. I got the opportunity to play the guitar for, Gordon and the Exile One on a tour about 2-3 years ago. And I think that was the moment where I learned the most about the music business, from becoming friends, I would say, with a man like Gordon Henderson, and all the questions I had about the music industry and the business was answered by that man in maybe 2 days. Like every single question was answered, and it's voice notes and messages. Now, I will lead to my question. The question is for everyone, essentially. How do we bridge the generation gap in Cadas music? Bridge the gap of interest. I can only speak for myself, and I am only myself. I am only Shelley. I'm interested, but I think it has been difficult to get the interest of the other young people in music. This is irrespective of genre. This is not about genre. I am a Booyah artist, but I am very interested in cadence-lypso. And I just feel like right now it is, in the question of moving forward posed by Mr. Joseph, it's really about bridging the generation gap, because yes, we can document the music, we can have the museum, but then how do we influence the future generation to move forward with this music? Because we don't want to just document, but we also want to make new Cadas music so it can keep on living on.
Hey.
Okay. It's always, as I say, heavy lifting when you deal with the new generation. You sometimes have to add to the name of the music, cadence soup, so that people wonder, what is cadence soup, that kind of thing. Sometimes you have to do that in order to get new listeners in. What I posed was the question of how do we do that, and we can't just simply say that, switch on, switch off. We have to sit together and figure it out. But we can't hand something to the new generation. We've got to call them in. Here's what we want to do. We want to have a music that is Dominica music. We already have a step. We have cadence. And we want you to come in with us to see how we can make it Dominica music, which you will like. Their ideas must come in. They have better ideas than me. They will say, well, if we do just this or do just that, suddenly everybody will like it. We have to consult. If we are creating a Dominica music, we can't create it and give it to people. We have to have them with it. The radio stations have to be involved. The various groups like yourself and others, you must be involved. It's moving in one direction for one purpose. If we have a purpose and a goal, it will not be easy. It never is. But we can get there. This is the theory. If we try the practice, perhaps we can make it.
Okay, I just wanted to compliment Shelley. The next phase is to meet the young people in their space. I've already discussed with DBS Radio that we're coming to areas that you hang out. For instance, our first is a barbershop event where Clint Henderson is heading that. Most likely people like you might be contacted. Why a barbershop? That's where, musicians hang out and do their grooming up. You would be able to tell us what you like, what you don't like, and tell us in our face what needs to be done to suit you. What influences the music what influences you would want to add to the music and the end product. We are making a serious mistake now by heading to Trinidad. When Trinidad now is coming to us. If you have listened to most of the new rhythms, there's a Creole rhythm in it. Marshall Montano, the king of soca, brave enough, smart enough to collab with the greatest Zouké, Jacob de Vallier. Intelligence. And what we do, we're focusing on what Trinidad know. We are a Creole people, like Dennis Joseph said. You are the creators. Annie by Your Love was a fantastic piece. Why aren't we getting more of that template? Because it worked for Signal. And that is what we're talking about. When I listen to some of the genres on the rhythms on Patrice Riding, they are Creole rhythms. We are allowing a couple St. Lucian creators where Dominica has always been supreme over St. Lucia in music and continue. We have produced, we have a library of music that we can boast of, and these guys are dominating. Whereby we should be the ones creating. We have it in us naturally. When Marshall came down the last time, he wanted to dance Jimping. He told Dada that he wanted to come down to Dominica especially to learn our culture. Whereby we now go into Trinidad. You are the creators. So the second phase is to come to the young people and have a conversation with them in their space so we can get the feedbacks from them and then we can tell them the success stories of the cadence-lypso so they can incorporate it.
Just a point here. We cannot discount the display we've seen tonight of Mark's input into younger people. So we are producers operate. We have to be able to do that too. So walk it down the line, and while their input is necessary, we have to give them a platform from which to go. So, for example, the first song that I did tonight, the keyboard player on that is a young fella. And I mean, I deliberately use him because it adds an element. He's more of the Zookish kind. But then if I can keep the interest, and Mark can keep the interest in Webb and Class, and other producers do that, then we can send the music further down the line. And as it goes, the evolving will be natural.
I wanted to say something. We had a discussion at the NCCU. I can't remember if it's last 3 years ago. I think Ra was there, Dion was there, Linden was there. And that same question came up. What do we do to allow the young people to get more involved in Kadas music? How can we reach them? And we had a very good suggestion that we use people like Shirley, people like Issa, people like Benji, frontline persons in the bouillon music that the young people love so much. And let's Ra, Gordon, write a song that can be fused in bouillon and Kadas. The suggestion went out already. Linden and Dion would have met to discuss the beat of the song, the production of the song, and Ra and Gordon and them would have met to discuss the lyrical content, that it would entice the young people so much that we will make it into a video, that the young people will actually catch on to the Kadas music. I don't know what happened. A few years has passed. Let me talk, or you will talk on that afterwards. But that was a brilliant suggestion to catch the young people. Because anything Issa sings, they will sing. Anything Shirley brings on right now, the young people will sing. The new thing right now is, what's his name? Rich. No matter how bad the lyrics may be, or the profanity, or those kind of things that they speak about, we are trying to bridge the gap with that infusion of Kadas and the so-called the bouillon that is trending now. So you can speak to them because they know what I'm talking about, and they are the engineer behind this suggestion that we spoke about at the Kadas conference.
Let me just say this.
Are you going to talk about the same, follow up on what Webb said, or something different? Oh, okay, let Dennis address what Webb said.
Let me say this. The YouTube channel, in fact, the internet, what I have noticed has made people interesting. Even I had made what is done on the video interesting as a dance. Most people will be attracted to the dance movements. And I'm saying that we never had a dance for our music. We just do anything. Perhaps we can start with young people trying to invent some kind of dance moves that will go with Kadas and put that on YouTube and so on. See where it goes. The Africans do it, so why can't we?
Okay. I have a question.
The microphone, yeah.
I have a question. Which country owns Kadas? Yes. That is my first question. that is my first question.
Dominica.
All right. Is it branded?
It's a Dominican genre. We have created two genres, bouillon and cadence.
Okay. I can challenge you on bouillon. You know, right now.
We're talking Kadas now.
Okay.
We have a something planned with Ra for bouillon, but we're talking Kadas now.
Okay. Okay. So that brings me to the next point. When I started singing Kadas, I wouldn't call out his name. He there, he listening. I want him to listen attentively. Yeah. I was told that I was not seeing Kadas and that is not origin. And to me, I would come out and bring out that point, like, to elevate something that started somewhere. There is a starting point, and to move on, there is elevation where you tweak it up and make it modernized. And my input to Cadas is modernize it. Let's bring out the ideas, just like Jerry Lloyd just said. Let the young people get more involved. We need more events, because right now, as I said from before my performance, there's not much. Thank you, Mr. Wadix, for bringing more. You bring a whole portfolio. You did that for a whole month. Thanks to you for bringing that out. And we need more like that, to cancel out all these other events and just make it a norm for people to enjoy.
Yeah, music is dynamic. Before cadence-lypso, lots of influences were around Dominica's music, like Mr. Joseph would be able to tell you. Yeah. And thus the creation of cadence-lypso music with the influences around it. Those days there are different influences. The core, the foundation, as long as it is there, the music has to evolve. The creators, I think we're trying to stick too much in the 70s. And that's one of our problems. Yeah. We used to hear the Taboo Combos and the Magnum Band. If you listen to the Carry Me and the T-Vice, it's a different sound. But it's compa.
Yeah.
It's compa. If you listen to the hardcore, hard-driving Zouk, and you listen to what's taking place now, despite the fact it has gotten slow, it's different. There are influences of R&B Zouk. Yeah. There are now influences of Afro Zouk, Kizumba. You understand where I'm coming from? The music has evolved. But our mindset continues to stay as long as time got the tuk, it is not Cadas. And I think that is one of our biggest problems.
That is what I was told.
And well, like I say sometimes, that is the reason, that's one of the main reasons we have this education session. And the greats, the best, the guys who have explored. As a matter of fact, we have musicologists. One of the people we spoke to this week on DBS Radio is a FNO musicologist that studies music as far as Egypt. She said it live on national radio. Cadas is one of the greatest and most complex music in the world, despite the fact she's studying music. Now, you have the foundation. You now to create, like what the Trinidadians and the Lucians are now doing, to create something around the foundation. Dion is doing it brilliantly. Dion is not playing the 70s Cadas, and he's not producing the 70s Cadas for his artists, but they are cadence-lypso. Our mindset cannot stick to 70s and we would and get the music. Gordon sent me Fresh, and it's in a ballad. You got it also. It's in a ballad. It's in a ballad, beautifully sung in a ballad. A young person. He sent me something from Brazil. Young person from Brazil. But they are not doing it the same way. They're doing it in their way, with the foundation cadence-lypso. So the mindset, we have to come out from the 70s like everything else and allow the music to evolve.
Also, just before you come in, the last thing I'm missing, our DJs don't support Cadas that much.
And I agree with you 100%. That is one of the areas we plan to have a discussion. Like I said, is a discuss.
Which is the main source of pushing the
Mr. Joseph said it. Mr. Joseph said it. That if the music is like Calypso during Calypso time, if the Calypso never plays, it's not going to get popular. If people are not going to get into the mood, the song has to be played. One of the things we have to understand, and I want to stand up to say that, we are responsible for Dominica. Make no one fool you. We Dominicans are responsible. If we believe that somebody else somewhere will take care of Dominica for us, we're wrong already, and we're in a losing battle. If we continue to feed ourselves with garbage and our children with garbage, then garbage will come out from us. During the 70s, these guys played music. You listen to the stories. They would practice from 8 to 12, have lunch, practice again from 3 to 6, and then practice in the night. Mahmoud guys said they actually practice hungry. Mahmoud, Mama Maji was there. Derek Peter said for days they were hungry because they would not, all they wanted is to record. They left Salisbury and they were determined before they go back to Salisbury, they have to record. So they practice until they got Mama Maji and the rest of the recording so that they could record. What do our people feel they have to do today? If you ask one young band to play, they would ask you $5,000 for what? And the music rich in Portsmouth? The music stop in Capuchin? When last, besides Balance Bati, we had an original hit, and let's say, well, to a lesser extent, Anuba Your Love. When last? Kong Shell from WCK. When last we had an original hit from Dominica that played all over the Caribbean and was #1 in the Balance Bati, Kong Shell. Something is wrong with our creators. You know why? We prefer everything else outside than what we have. There are legends around. There are young guys like Shelly. Why not collaborate? Why not get lean on this? He said in 2 days he learned the entire music business from Gordon. Gordon is one of the most brilliant minds in the entire Caribbean. Why aren't we leaning on the experience, the stories of these guys? That is why we have this forum. So we can learn from the stories and eventually create our own. You guys don't want to be able to live with swimming pools and relax and sit down and cool out. But of course, the music you play, be honest with yourself. What you play now, can you see it doing that for you? You have to create. Kadas, like I said in my presentation, went to the 4 corners of the globe. And I'm not saying there's a foundation set. You have to create your brand. And who knows, it can have a Kadas something, it could have a bouillon something, but you have to create your niche. We allow Crossfire to come and take our thing and just go. We're allowing illusions that we just take our thing and go. Huh? No, really, I heard a guy while I was on stage saying Bouillon some St. Lucia, you know. And then he apologized the next day. What happened? I never heard nothing on the radio after that. A guy from St. Lucia come in Dominica and say Bouillon some St. Lucia. So, I mean, we have a problem. We don't own, and we're talking from on top. How many people from DD and DFC you see in there? How many people from the hierarchy you see in there? Now, there's an industry. There is something that somebody from Brazil can reminisce and it hit. Music is good music, you don't care the language. Music is good music. And if an ethnomusicologist, 41 years in the business, can tell you that this is the greatest, most complex music. The woman listening to music from Egypt, as far as Egypt, the entire Caribbean, we don't know what we have. And it's high time we learn what we have and place emphasis and resources into what we have.
If I could just say a couple things there. We have a problem in Dominica. It goes across the entire society for everything. People tired to hear me say that. You have a demographic problem. We're talking about young people and so on. But Dominica does not have enough young people. That is part of the problem. You understand? And yeah, and then on the media side, when Dennis was starting off DBS radio, or even before that, electronic media, as far as we know, was just radio. Since then, TV has become the big thing. But in fact, now TV is going out in favor of internet. Yeah, because in my opinion, the marketing effort and the impression of a TV show versus a radio show is the difference between an atomic bomb and a bomb made with dynamite. The TV hitting so hard. One day, Ophelia were making a concert, or set of concerts in France. And they put Ophelia on the TV for 30 seconds. After the 30 seconds, the 4 nights of the concert sell out. Although she was on the radio talking, blah, blah, blah. But just that, 30 seconds on the TV, transformed the whole thing. Dominica is the first country in the Caribbean to have 24-hour cable TV. We don't have no TV station up till now. No matter, Wadix is going to do his thing there. Here comes a problem. He's doing it with Digicel, which is one provider. So if you don't have Digicel, you cannot watch Dominica TV. The government ought to intervene and in such a way that the television production that's made by him there, both of them should be obliged to carry it. That's how it is elsewhere. If you understand what I'm getting at there. So we have, and here's the thing with the TV there. That 24-hour cable TV has caused not only the youth playing music and so on to switch to think America is the whole world, but it has changed all sorts of stuff. When we were growing up then, it's when you had a headache, what you used to buy to cure your headache? Your mother might be Fensick. Mr. Never see Fensick. He don't know nothing about Fensick. Cable, and it's due to cable TV. Because when you're watching cable TV, headache, pain here, blah, blah, blah. Well, next day you have pain here, you go in by the pharmacist, you have Tylenol. The pharmacist is going to say, well, no, I don't have Tylenol, but I have Fensick or whatever. So the person might take the Fensick. 3 minutes later, somebody else come in and ask him for Tylenol again. But next thing, he pick up the phone and he order Tylenol. And he don't order Fensick. It's the same thing with the music. So everybody, not only in Dominic, but in the Caribbean, thinks that America is the place you go to make money in music. Because I work with these copyright societies, I have all the figures and all the numbers there. But there was an online meeting where Dr. Nurse was presenting some figures. Europe pays plenty more money for copyright fees than America. I was at a meeting with the manager of BMI for External Affairs, talking with the ambassador that Obama had appointed to look after American intellectual property. And the BMI woman is sitting next to me. And I asked her this question there. What does BMI charge for a concert? And she gets red. She tells me, well, if it's below $1 million at the gate, is 0.8%. If it's $1 million plus, it's 1%. If you go to Guadeloupe and play for a group of people like this here, and they pay, it's 8.5% for that. You know, so if you want to get into music business, you have to get the facts and then you can act correctly. And somebody asked me a question. Last thing. Somebody asked me a question. Not the radio station. If we are to develop the music business in Dominica, what we need to do? I say, if the government wants to get involved in that, they need to put $10 million US into it over a 5-year period. And nearly all of that money should be spent on marketing. Brazil has 200 million people. If you listen to the music from Brazil, they play in cadence music. It's exactly the same thing. In the town of Salvador, which is in the state of Bahia, they have carnival just like us. People fighting in the thing, blah, 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 with a rope. The whole business is just as though you're watching Dominica Carnival. Your band could be setting up to go and play down there. We have international relations with Brazil. We have an ambassador to Brazil. But nobody interested in Brazil. Everybody want to go to America.
Just lastly, Brazil, just for information, Brazilian Carlos Santos did a Portuguese version of Jamais Voiça, which sold over 3 million copies. 3 million copies, Jamais Voiça of Exile 1.
Yeah. Okay. Since we are running out of time, so we're going to take one more question because Brohim has
It's not
had
really a
the mic for
question,
while.
but it's
Or
a matter
comment.
of just a small statement, and because of time, I'm just going to make it very short. My influence, my love for cadence-lypso, and I want to tell that, and I'm glad he's here. I've followed all the sessions, and I've always stayed quiet because I've learned, and I'm learning. And I'm glad that he's there, because when I found out Dennis Joseph was here tonight, I had to make sure to be here. I could have been elsewhere. But Dennis, I want to say that because of the work that you and your team, and I'm using your team because you said it's not, yours was just an idea, but your team. And it's because of what you did on DBS Radio is where I am today. Very straightforward. I was not allowed as a young boy to be a coward like how Wadik said he used to go run around and try to go to dances, you know, without stowaway. I couldn't do that. My parents were strict. So what I had was the radio. And that's where I learned about cadence music. And I remember the first song that I got. I didn't own any record player because I was not financially sound as a young boy. But I had this little cassette recorder with a little mic. And I remember one day, after listening to so much music, I fell in love with Wo Imideba. And I remember I used to talk to Ted Daly on DBS. And I called Ted one day. I said, Ted, you have to play that song back again for me, please. And please also do me one favor. No talking. Because that was the only way I could have gotten that song. And I used to record my little cadence music on my little tape recorder of a cassette. And also, because of your introduction of Creole music to the radio, and because of my love for cadence music now, I was able to learn the Creole much better. It taught me how to speak it better. And sometimes I sing songs that I don't understand too much, but I have learned a lot of Creole music, the word speaking of Creole, because of what you have done and your team have done. So I am like a grain of sand among many, but you can look at me as someone that benefited from what you and your team did to DBS Radio. Thank you.
Okay, yes? Yes? Okay, quick. Quicker than quick.
DJ, I asked team the question some time ago in reference to the music of Ophelia of 1978, and he couldn't have answered. I want to find out tonight, in 1978, when the song of Ophelia, I, Dominic, what was the rationale for it not being played on radio?
It was played on radio. I don't know where you got that from, but that's how it became popular. There was no not being played on radio thing. What happened, the propaganda developed because it was not a song done on a record and given to us. We recorded it. I was the one who went to the Maho school and recorded it. Therefore, I wouldn't record it and just not play it. What happened is it was a patois competition. It wasn't a Creole thing. It was a patois song contest. And there were other people, and I said, when the late Mikey Bruni was playing it all the time, I simply said to him, we can't make it look like we're back in Ophelia when we have so many others. And Mikey Bruni took offense and went and said, well, I didn't want him to play this song. That wasn't the case at all. It was just a matter of, you have a situation of a patois song contest. You have around 8, 9 people, a lot of them from the countryside. Ophelia is more Roseau. I never wanted it to look like we're back in the Roseau singer. That was all. After that, the song was played all the time. I don't know if we had any problem with that.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Hope this has put the question or provided a satisfactory answer to the question. I just want to remind us that there is food and I suppose wine as well, because this is cadence and wine on the gallery. So for those of us who want to partake, you know, there's food out there. We've come to the point now where we have to close up. We have a vote of thanks by Jerry. Is Jerry Williams here? Jerry, yeah. You're down to give the vote of thanks. So, please.
Good evening to everyone. I don't speak much, so it's going to be short and sweet. Before I get into thanking everyone, I listened to the conversation, and one of the things I want to go back to, it was the first presentation by Gordon, how cadence-lypso began by sheer accident, 8,000 kilometers from Dominica. And I think it was the fact that persons weren't dancing, so he decided to make the necessary changes. The importance of that is the people. That's the most important thing, is if the people don't appreciate the music, it won't go anywhere, all right? We have a modern way of numbers, which is likes and share, and sometimes one person may like and share 10, 20 times. Live performance gives you the actual feel of what the music is. I grew up in Antigua on the Burning Flames, and every Saturday was Jam Corner for free. So the people embraced it. I listened to the different presenters over the weeks. A lot of the bands were based in communities, and the communities supported the bands. Right now, we can say Triple K is from Loda. The other bands, can we identify them in any communities? Do they play on a Saturday with the people to bring the people together, then to export the music? We go over the people and we expect to think that the people appreciate the music. So, vote of thanks on behalf of Creole Heartbeat. I'd like to say thank you to everyone. First of all, we thank the audience last. I'm thanking the audience first. Without you, this would not be possible. Because we need you to listen to DBS, to go to Alliance Francaise, to enroll at UE, to support Signman. I say thank you. Thank you to our moderator, Tim Duran, the national anthem singer, Lady S. He didn't sing, sorry, I wasn't there. Prayers by Deacon Alvin Knight. Welcome remarks by Mr. Waddix, Mr. Mark Marie. A special thank you. The performers, Lady S, Nador, I hope I pronounced that right. Mr. Julian Rogers and Mr. Brian Mead. You guys would know them from the Dominican fame. I know them from the Antiguan fame. Our other guest performer, Mr. Jerry Lloyd. Our other presenter, Mr. Dennis, the famous voice, Joseph. Mr. Webb, my, what should I say, my northern neighbor. And to our sponsors, Digicel, Courts, Val Ferry, Atlantic View, a very nice place, I must say. Altitude, Fine Foods, NCCU, Discover Dominica, DNO, ACS, Kyrie FM, Dominica Festival Committee, Multi-Solution Inc., I make sure I get it right tonight, GMS Enterprise, MO News, Q95, Dublin Dental Clinic. I must just say a little short thing about Mr. Dublin. I'm the one basically do the layout for the magazine, and I made it my business to find pictures of Dominica and persons enthusiastic about Dominica. And I came across, before knowing Mr. Dublin, picture where he had Dominica in his chest and the flag of Dominica at a football game. You know, and from there, I understand and know his passion for the country. St. George's Dental Clinic, Tropita Water, White Oak, and Yellowtail Wine. And again, to the public, to the media, to everyone, thank you.
And special thank you to Mr. Dennis Joseph for bringing me to DBS Radio 25 years ago. Once again, thank you, Mr. Joseph.
Dennis.